Hello, everybody. How are you today? I am having a much better day. Tachyon looks like he's having a much better day. I apologize for the long screen. Give me just a few seconds to get situated. I was helping Linus get reacquainted with RimWorld, and we got a little excited, and took a little longer than I thought to help him get the right settings going. But he's back on the Rim. We got another one. He also plays Ani, so that's pretty awesome. So let me get my my music going. How is everybody? I'm going to give Killer a shout out here in just a second because I saw Killer's already in. I apologize for being a little bit out of sorts as far as being prepared today. Like I said, I was trying to help out a friend get back into RimWorld. You know, gotta spread the addiction. There he is. There he is. So let's do a shout out for Killer Jam 25. Hey guys, Killer is trying to get to affiliate. So if anybody can go and follow him who hasn't followed him already, please go do that. Help him out. If you could give him a lurk, he's getting real close to getting the average and the number of follows. So any help from the community would be greatly appreciated by him and by me, by extension, because we're all here trying to help out. Of course, Killer. Of course. So guys, I've been thinking about this all night. Well, I was playing RimWorld and thinking about this all night because I have an off-camera RimWorld playthrough going. I'm pretty much 100% confident I can do no kill box now. But let's get playing on this. We got to finish this setup up down here. It's basically there, but if you look at our mop, there is mopping to do, and that will be the last. We'll wait till this thing stops erupting so we can try to minimize the amount of slime lung in the base, because we got a little bit of slime lung, I think. God, that's a lot of slime lung in there. I should try to get in there, liquid lock in there, but I think I'm just gonna say fuck it. I mean, our oxygen is it's fine. Everything is fine. Hi, Emily. Hey, we got your pawn in. Almost Emily is on the team. Unless you'd like me to name her Amelia. You're a cook. You're our second cook on the playthrough. Let me know if you want to change the name to whatever you want. But you said you wanted the Nisbet, so there she is. I think this is the first playthrough where every single dupe has been named by the community. You got skills, too. Can we get you... Yeah, let's get you some athletics. Let's get your feet moving a little faster. Franz, you know what? We'll give you hard digging because it's free. Julie's in a good spot. Linus... I want to make sure we get a little bit more morale before we do that in the Linus. Sudsy... Let's give you medicine compounding because it's essentially free. Sweetney is our artist. Yeah, Linus, Sweetney got into the colony as well. You reserved a rename for Sweetney. The funny thing is, Sweetney was like, hey, I'm going to spend my points to rename Sweetney to Linus. And I was like, we already have a Linus. He was like, damn it. I was just trying to do something nice back. But he said thank you. Let's give Sweetney a little improved carry. Killer is leveled out as far as I want him to go at the moment. Same thing with Zed, I think. Where are we getting that morale? Let's give Zed a little digging. Hi, it's Adrian. How you doing? Killer said he gave you a tour of the Minecraft server last night and that you liked the castle. Thank you very much for that. Sorry I wasn't able to get on. Yesterday was a very, emotionally exhausting day, and I get, physically exhausted from my emotional exhaustion. I got a lot more energy today. A lot of things actually sorted themselves out by the end of the evening, so I'm pretty happy about that. Alright, we got a lot going on here. We got a lot going on, but we did good. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Welcome to the community. Hopefully you have fun on the server. Let me know if you need anything. Happy to help as much as I can. And again, I apologize to everybody for being a little out of sorts yesterday. All of us have our days that are not great days, and yesterday was definitely one of mine. Man, we're getting at that point where a 1 on here, they're cooking. That got element damage. That's why that broke. How did it get element damage? Let's not let regular water in. I think that's what's happening. Yeah. Definitely a rough week for you too. I'm sorry to hear that, Emily. Yeah. It, yesterday hit kind of hard on a lot of fronts, so let's try and have some fun today. Now, how are we going to break in here is the question. We got to figure this out because we got to get stuff mopped and then we got to rebuild things, right? So what I'm thinking is we go up here. We deconstruct this and then we reconstruct it on the way out. Oh, I see what's going on down here. Water is hitting and instantly freezing because of the abyssalite. That's fine. I had a rough start already, then got sick. Now I'm sick at home. Well, at least I can relax somewhat now. Yeah, I mean, it's better to be sick at home, right? Now, this does mean that we're getting germs into our base here, but what else is new? We'll deal with it. We will deal with it. One way or the other, we'll deal with it. What, we could actually hook the power up to try and help the situation just a little bit. Oh, no, wait. Now, just in... Oh, that's the home button. Just in case, let's see if anything could be swept. Oh. No, that's fine. That's what that's supposed to be. Okay. Slowly but surely here, guys. Slowly but surely. You know what we're going to do real quick? We're going to do that. And then we're going to hit empty storage over here. Man, my hair is a mess. Tried to do a few too many things this morning. Guys, I've been playing RimWorld off camera, right? Oh, I wanted to add something since I had to open this up, right? We'll add that there. I want to be able to import polluted oxygen in here. We'll have to do a roundabout way of it getting there, but that's perfectly fine. I will deal with that. Basically because I want to be able to stick a pump here to pump stuff down there. Printables coming along. Ooh. I know we could take the barbecue. We're going to need a lot of iron on this map, though. We're going to take the iron. We're making our own barbecue at this point. We've got 59,000 calories, so we're not gonna worry about taking food on unless we have no other necessary choices. Iron is going to be helpful because we need to make a lot of steel to achieve our goal of building a monument. Did we empty the storage up here? Yeah, it looks like there's no coolant. Okay, so we can swap back over. What I think was happening is since I was mixing water and polluted water, the polluted water brought down the temp of the regular water till it froze. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to slap an insulated pipe there. Guys, I'm very happy right now. Like I said, yesterday was a rough day, but I got some good sleep, and I got my head back in the game, so to speak. And I played RimWorld last night. I got an off-camera playthrough, like I was just saying, and sometimes you just need to get sucked into a game. You know, in theory, it would have been great. Like, oh, why not just like hop on and do a second stream for the day? But I wasn't talking at all. I was just there grinding, and I'm very happy with myself. I'm able to do a lot in RimWorld now. Like, there were several times I feel like if it was Nether from, you know, however long ago, he would have lost the playthrough like half a dozen times last night. But current Nether handled. Alright, I don't like emergencies, but I want that buttoned up. Let's stop leaking polluted oxygen into the base, guys. Let's just get it built, please. That's already more polluted oxygen than I would like to be in the base, but we can recycle that. Once we get this all buttoned up, we can finish it actually. We need this rail to go somewhere, right? Here's what I'm going to do for now. We're going to put a mesh tile there, and we're going to go into shipping. They can still reach this stuff. We're going to go over to here, just the shortest possible zone. And we're going to go like that. This is going to get set to clay. Over here in filtration medium, we haven't found any regolith yet. How much sand do we have? 31 tons. Let's allow manual use. and let some of that in there. Did I screw this up? I screwed it up. I can't do this. Well, looks like we're going back in again, guys. I should have realized. And actually, can I do this through the wall? No, that's a weird spot to do that. Actually, let's see if Nether actually has his priorities figured out. Let's say I do that. I think that'll fix our problem. Because it needs to overflow, and this is where I always run into problems with priorities, right? Like, if it overflows... If it's overflowing and sees an output, it'll all try to go back to that input. So we need just an input after the overflow. And then if we... Oh no, this won't fix it. That won't fix it. Because it'll take both, and I don't want that. I want this prioritied. So what we'd have to do is put one here. Okay. Well. It's not Ani if you don't make a few mistakes. We are going to have to manage the sand until we've got a substantial amount of sand. You know what? We can get that igneous out of there. We'll just rebuild. What we can do is go to raw mineral, igneous, and then it'll put it in that loader. Alright, everybody's gonna be sick for a while, but that is what it is. Okay, excellent. So any oxygen actually produced here is getting dumped into our infinite oxygen storage up here. We've already got 9 kilos of tile, right? It has slime lung in it, but the slime lung is actually dying because it's oxygen. Okay, that's not optimal, but it is okay. I'm willing to deal with that for now. At some point, we might send the oxygen out of our main thing through a decontamination chamber or something. That's phenomenal. Okay. Now, we're not done. We're not done by any means. We gotta connect our systems up, right? So, what we got going on now... We need this system to exist, right? Now, I'm wondering how I want to do this. I think for the sake of speed, what we're gonna do... No. Yes. I want to use up the stuff up there first, right? So let's say we put that there. Okay. What we're gonna do is take this back across here to there, right? Okay, we don't need to get hydrogen in there yet. We're gonna leave the other infinite system in place for now. And what we're gonna do... is that is gonna be our oxygen line. And it's gonna bridge on over here. Which won't work because that's an input and we're overflowing. So, I mean, it will work. We just have to be smart about it like we were earlier. So, this... that'll give direction. me think about it. That'll give direction. And then this will have to come down and bridge on there. Now, is this a perfect system? No, but it's a system. Now, ideally, what we could have done, we could still do this, in theory. Let's say we make this a decontamination chamber up here, right? We could send the oxygen up to a decontamination chamber, and then once it's decontaminated, yeah, it works. Yeah, so later on, we could fix it. Later on, we make this into a decontamination chamber. The oxygen goes up here first, gets the germs killed, and then goes back in here. But for now, this is gonna work. We might have to deal with just a little bit of slime lung. But we're fine. This is here to allow us to bring in polluted oxygen, both from up here and any that gets on our line. I think we should spend the time to set that up real quick. But we're gonna watch them do these things first. Now, like I said, we've got an input line over here to go in, but... Oh, he's going to eat already. Okay, eat, Linus, eat. Slime lung germs, yeah. Don't worry, guys. We'll start moving away from the slime lung. I am excited for the day that we don't have germs. I think that'll be an awesome day. Hey, can I ignore malnutrition on Tribal Star? They'll get fixed over time, right? Like everything else in Ani or in RimWorld, it depends. If you have enough food to get them fed real quick, yes, they'll start with a little bit of a mood debuff. But if you can quickly get a decent amount of food going, then yeah, you can fix that. I try to avoid all health problems, but malnutrition is a very minor thing to deal with. If it's otherwise a really good pawn, I would probably take them. They might just, like, not be very useful the first day or two, basically. And our breathability is looking nice. So let's reconnect this, because we should, once all that is built, have plenty of oxygen to keep this pipe full. Yeah, okay. I need another pipe bit here. You're welcome, Linus. And once all of this is fully online, we could take this guy offline over here. But let's make sure all of this gets built. I think our main builder is going to sleep, so... How's our temp looking? Super green. Love it. Love it. Actually, let's make that 7, and then these a 6. And that'll get us a little more room up here. We could theoretically slap down a couple of more batteries, clean up the pipe system a little bit. We could have added more filters over here to get rid of the CO2 and other things, or just gotten rid of the CO2 right off the bat by vacuuming it out. We might do that, like if this goes off, when this goes offline, in 14 cycles, when that goes offline, once all this has been cleaned to oxygen, we might break in there again and make a few adjustments, to be honest with you. But for now, we're doing all right. We don't want to put too much of our sand in there. I mean, yes, we want the oxygen, but it's a trade-off, right? We got to balance sand and water. Right now, we have a little bit more water than we can that we can afford than sand. So the sand is used as a filtration medium. The water is used to produce air. So all in all, we've still got a balancing act, but it's a more efficient balancing act. Hey, Felix, how you doing? Thank you very much for the compliment. How the heck are you? Now, that's going to prioritize over there. I'm a little worried about that. That might not be the play. It'll make sure that this place stays oxygenated, but... let's see how it flows. $21.42, and I'm very tired. Got a work week in the next 2 weeks. Yeah, I'm not liking this priority. For now, just gonna snip that. There's probably better ways to make this happen. So we'll keep an eye on this. Also, when this goes dormant, we have to make an adjustment in here. I want... yeah, I want the hydrogen. I want the carbon dioxide out of here. We'll get the carbon dioxide out. Because the problem is if this carbon dioxide stays in here, these pumps are always going to go. If it's just polluted oxygen and oxygen, eventually these will clean all the PO2, and then all the oxygen will get pumped out. This will go to vacuum. So it'll self-regulate and not waste energy, but... put that at 500. Basically, this is our backup hydrogen. It'll use the hydrogen up here first, and then it'll use this hydrogen if we start running out of hydrogen on that other side, or if we have to take it offline for whatever reason. See, right now we're just recycling CO2, essentially, which is a waste of power. But when this comes back online... yeah, we got to get that CO2 out of there. Okay, so that's going to get us our clay, and that's going to get us oxygen. Ah, very nice, very nice. An atmo pressure sensor in there. Yes, yeah, that was what I was thinking, Flower. I was thinking either atmo sensor or let it go to vacuum. I think I may just let it go to vacuum. As long as we get the CO2 out, we can just let it go to vacuum. That way we're squeezing every little bit of O2 out of there. But how you doing, by the way, Flower? Let's give a shout out to Flower, everybody. They Flower also streams Ani, Minecraft, other games. Very knowledgeable, very awesome. So go give them a follow. Yeah, I mean, we came up with this system yesterday, and I could have easily sat here for an hour or two figuring it out, making it absolutely perfect, but considering how much time we spent working on it, I think it came out really well, and we only had to break in there a little bit and waste the first, what, 40 minutes or so? And now we're up and running nicely. That all being said, do we want to move all of the hydrogen? I mean, I feel like the part of me that's like, let's make sure this base stays clean, is like, yeah, we should get rid of the infinite storage up here. But in reality, we don't need to do that. You know what I mean? I mean, we could dump all the hydrogen into here and reclaim this space. But I think until that space is needed, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, that whole jam. That being said, how hot is this steel? want to try and move some heat down there. Do we have enough heat coming in? I feel like we got enough heat coming in that we can reintegrate these other systems. Just make sure that flows properly. Excellent. I want all this stuff melted by the end of the day. Very much so. And our pump is entombed. So if it absolutely comes down to it, we'll dig it out. Nether, the next 2 weeks I practice to see how working in a work environment is. And I work in a school kitchen because I couldn't find a place, so my school had to for me. Oh! I'd say working in a kitchen is something I don't want to say everybody should do, but it's definitely experience that teaches you a lot. How to interact with people, how to deal with stressful situations, manage your up and down time, all that type of stuff. Like, I would say that a kitchen is a good experience. It's 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., so 5 hours. Not bad. Yeah, the breakfast shift, I think, is a little bit less stressful than the dinner shift in most eating situations. So, sounds like you'll be doing all right. Dinner is the worst. I mean, I've never worked in a school cafeteria situation, so can't really speak to that, but I've worked in restaurants before, and it does kind of suck. This place should get real breathable real soon. Okay. I want to do something real quick. Let's let this thing burn off this tank. And then we'll see, actually, let's do that. That way we've got a tank there for backup. But that'll shut down. And then we'll see if there's any problems. There shouldn't be. 20 to 25 tiles, Linus. If you're on fertile ground, you could easily do 20 per colonist. If you're not, maybe lean towards the 25 side. And then what I would do is, when you're preparing simple meals, prepare a day and a half worth of food per colonist. So 3 meals per colonist. If you've got 5 colonists, do until you have 15. Do until you have 15 meals. Because the rice takes like half a year to expire, whereas the meals expire in like 2 days or 3 days. So that way you can stockpile the rice, which has a very long expiration, and have enough food for like a day and a half, 2 days for your colonists. I'm going to do that just after Xmas break. I'm going to be working at a small store where I live. Oh, awesome. Most of the work I'll be for lunch because it's like 100 students or something. Gotcha. Yeah, lunch in school is generally a little earlier than lunch IRL, right? All right, for the sake of not making a mess here, I want to do 2 things. Because this is all real close to that tile, right? I want to do that. And I want to do that. Because if everything is dropping on this one tile, we're going to get weird overflows because of liquid mixing. We may end up going into infinite liquid storage too, depending on how this is. At the moment, we don't have enough liquid to worry about that, but going forward, we might have issues with that. Absolutely, Felix, and thank you again for introducing Squiddy and myself. Squiddy's awesome. I think making a giant water tank in the space biome is pretty good here. The way I feel about it is, if we're water positive, we're wasting time in water. The ideal place to be is water neutral, using the water that you're bringing in. That's true. That is a good point, sir. But the meteors will damage our built tiles, I think. So we would have to make sure to build the whole tank out of bunker tiles. That's a lot of steel. Oh, and did you guys see the changes from the current update? They changed the way critters work. They added happiness tiers. Like, it could definitely be a pain in the ass, honestly. I don't know why I'm jumping into automation here, but... I never remember. I think it's the rail part that actually they see, right? No, not iron. I want to start doing everything out of aluminum because we need iron for steel. I'd rather spend aluminum. I think we only need... How many of these do we need? I think we need 2 to maintain the ranch. So if we want to maintain the Pip Ranch as well, we would need... We would need 4, wouldn't we? Printables, excellent. Alright, we can keep an eye out. I don't want any of these, though, but we can keep an eye out for more dupes now. We would have to build more bedrooms, but we've got the space and the oxygen to do that now. Now, all the breathability is down here because of the way I have priority set. I think we snip that there. The problem we're running into is that the CO2 comes up and this doesn't overpressure as much as I'd like it to. The goal is to get enough oxygen down here that overpressures, and then it just stacks upwards. But it can't overpressure if, Sorry, guys. It can't overpressure if it's constantly in just a touch of another gas. You know what I mean? This should start to self-regulate. Will it, though, is the question. Alright, there's oxygen for them to breathe. We'll see how that works out. Let's start thinking about our other plans here. Alright, let's get this into the cooling loop, because we can't allow that to overheat. I really like this system. Okay. Now, I want to get the ethanol distillery up and running, but I'm trying to figure out how to balance the pips, right? I want to make sure the pips have lumber first and foremost, and I want to start actually ranching them, which means we can't allow them to go hungry. How do we do that? How do we do that? I'm concerned because I have never really fully ranched pips before, right? Okay, we got our wild one down here, so worst case scenario, we wind up with... Barb, what's up? Alright, so here's my thought, right, guys? I say we take all the pips out of here, except for one, and start our ranching from that point on, right? That way we can keep as many wild as we want to. That guy's tame. Let's move the wild ones out of here. Tame. Wild. Wild. That's fantastic. I think my leg press record is 0. I don't know that I've ever actually done leg presses. And I think we might actually be able to take one of the lice loafers off of offline. I don't think we need 2 of them online at this point. I mean, we've got almost as much barbecue, but I don't think we're producing barbecue consistently enough. Like, they're eating the lice loaf and we're slightly calorie positive, and then we're 135 kilos in the bag. Yeah, nice. All right, we got to change the way we're doing these oxygen distribution vents. How do I want to change it, though? I think we got to split the line, right? Thank you, Barb. We managed to get this system working. So all the polluted oxygen gets cleaned and dumped in here. And if there's more oxygen if there's a decent amount of oxygen in here, it shuts off the electrolyzers, so it leans on this first. And if there's not enough oxygen, it'll kick the electrolyzers on and take from our tank over here. There's a few minor tweaks I want to make when that goes offline. Problem is that I'm kind of prioritizing lower area. I feel like it'll eventually sort itself out, but it's like, how long do I want? Atmos sensor. I mean, I'm using regular vents, so they should overpressure when it hits 2K. Like, when the O2 down here hits 2K, these should overpressure. I mean, other than the occasional blob of PO2 or CO2 moving over them. So, I just think we gotta let it pump a little bit longer and have faith in the game. Yeah. My main thing is I learned this priority from Francis, and I don't feel like questioning the man himself, right? Stretch, thank you, Barb. Oh, snap, crackle, pop. All right, did we move? We moved the wild pips. Excellent. So I'm going to enable that building. I mean, Atmos censoring the vents might... I'm just trying to look. It's like, if this is going up slowly but surely, then we don't really need to do that. The other thing is the CO2 is getting pushed down. So I feel like it's eventually just going to push up, but... Here's what I'm going to do. For now, I'm going to snip it here. Okay. We got to start thinking about other projects, though. Like that we can tweak and tweak and tweak until we get what we need. Temperature-wise, our base is looking pretty nice. I mean, on the plus side also, this is injecting some heat into our system. I kind of want to up these to 2 each. That way we're getting almost a full pipe rotating. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. The carpet duper. Nice, nice. Yes, beard stroke moment for sure. Oh, awesome. Good call. I'm at that point where I'm just kind of watching things happen, right? Okay, hopefully that'll work. Got to keep an eye on the sand, because this is fully loaded, but it can only take 1 ton at a time, so... Um... Okay, few things going on in my head, but let's try and get something done here. I'm trying not to get chlorine into the base. I know it's essentially an eventuality. It, like, you know, it just kind of always happens, right? But if we can avoid it, I'd like to avoid it. So, in theory, I'd like to liquid lock into the chlorine areas, and I'm trying to decide where I want to do that, and we're going to have to use ethanol, so... At one point, I'm going to have to open this up and start making ethanol, but... Yeah, I think we can afford the heat right now, so let's deconstruct... God, my posture is terrible. Let's deconstruct that. It's like, why isn't that getting built? Because there's no tiles under it, Nether. And now the base is starting to warm up. I gotta say, guys, I'm just kind of, I don't want to say paralyzed. I'm just kind of a little, like, indecisive at the moment. Like, what do I want to do? How do I want to handle this? I think let's set up a little bit of manual stuff over here. Let's put a switch on this. Because I want a few batches of ethanol. I'd like to get at least like 2 tons, I want to say. Ani's basically fixing problems that create their own problems. Yeah, and I kind of feel like I don't have too many bad problems at the moment. But because I don't have too many bad problems, I'm not sure what to do. Like, when things are going smoothly, I don't know what to do. Like, I could try and manage this oxygen problem, but it's kind of gradually working itself out. Like, I snipped it so it's not going all the way down. It's going down to here. The reason I want the ethanol is we've still got really cold temperatures out here, so I want to liquid lock with ethanol to get down into this section and start getting our dash of salt vine thing going. I think that should be the main priority. No, let's fix the oxygen thing, guys. Let's just fix the oxygen thing. We're just going to have it split as it goes down. And this pipe is kind of obsolete. And by kind of, I mean very obsolete. I will leave the bridge there in case we ever do need to bridge onto that again, but let's work the problems. But let's get this built first. Yeah, because the lack of oxygen is causing stress. Stress is causing us to not get things done. So let's deal with that while we get the oxygen, while we get the ethanol going. And then we can also get into doing our dusk cap farm. I've been trying to wait for this to melt. So hard trying to wait for this to melt. feel like every drop of water is so precious on this map. I mean, it's nice to see our water tank looking good, but that's basically from melting all the ice we dug out while we were working on our O2 setup, so... we are definitely using a lot less water when it comes to making oxygen at the moment, so because of the oxygen vent, but I mean, that's going to go offline in 10 cycles, so... And we are pumping some slime lung into our situation here. I mean, it's dying because it's in O2, but... Is it an optimal situation? No. Will it work? I think so. Alright, let's see what we got on the printable front. I don't want any of those, so let's get fried mushrooms in the mix. Get those added there. There. Now, all that being said, how do we want to crack into this biome? I would, in theory, like to just kind of make, like, this, like, just kind of... Alright, let's start drawing something, right? I would, in theory, kind of like to do, like... Like, something like that, right? The problem is... we'd actually have to create most of the natural tiles on the top. So, is there a spot we can go up to? I think we got to try and make use of the natural tiles that exist, right? All right. So right across here, there is a full line of natural tiles, right? And that's the bottom of that volcano. I truly don't think we're going to be using that volcano. That brine ice will eventually melt. So the idea would be that we would dig out, like, let's say, that, and, like, that. So we would be looking to essentially put insulated tiles here, there. Oh no, not there. We're not looking to put insulated tiles there. We would put insulated tiles one up from there. Allowing us to keep a whole line of that, right? I think we're looking at something like that. Well, he's digging it anyway, so let's let him do it. Right? Then we would come down from up here to install these tiles. Strip mine out all of this. Come in from here. Yeah. And they're going to get eye irritation and have problems in here, but there's kind of just no way around that. Right? So first, let's put doors here so the pips don't get out where I don't want them to be. And then we can start going in from both sides. We need a little bit more ethanol, so... Actually, we need not a substantial amount more ethanol, but we need a decent amount more ethanol because we need 2 liquid locks worth. I think ethanol is like water. It goes to about 1,000 before it switches tiles, so we need about 3,000 kilos of ethanol. We need almost a full deal here, and I don't want to run out of mushrooms. I mean, I don't want to run out of lumber. And the fun part is we've got more ice down here, so that's more water to add to our tank. I actually think we can turn off this production for now. We'll let steel keep going because we need a lot of steel. We need that to keep producing. We've got enough to build 3 aqua tuners in theory, or basically we've got enough to build what we need for our space setup. Did they move the pip? God damn it. Somebody move it now. They wrangle, they tie it up and then they leave it there, then it gets loose, and they tie it up and they leave it there, and then it gets loose over and over again. So we're just going to emergency move the goddamn pip. And now we're going to bring this ladder system down. I'm not going to worry about digging out the ice. Bleach stone. So I actually want to not fuck with the bleach stone. We'll eventually integrate all of this into our base. Okay, so it looks like today our main goal is to get our Dash Assault Vine farm off the ground. Meanwhile, we're still making more steel, and we've got our rad research. I think we can start doing research again, because we've got plenty of water at the moment. So let's look at what we need to get into for that. We need space power. Yeah, let's start looking into what we need to get done for space, guys. How much hydrogen do we have in here? Oh, we are out of hydrogen. Hang on a second. Let's not turn that on yet. Are we seriously out of hydrogen in our infinite storage? How long do we have till this comes back online? 31 cycles. Oof. We might have to start getting people running on wheels again. Okay, preemptively, let's get some hamster wheels built and in place. Because that's dangerous. Okay, so along with this whole plan over here, we need to start getting to the point where we're producing enough lumber to get petroleum generators going, both for power and water's sake. That's on the list. I could spend probably a year. I could spend another 400 hours on this playthrough, realistically. I gotta be honest, it's actually pretty tempting to do so. If we complete our goal, maybe I'll make this my stream world for a while. I don't know. It's a tough call. I don't want to get stuck in this world and just be, like, obsessed with finishing it. Or, not that there's any finish to it, but I like the idea of setting a monthly goal. But the other thing is, next month I'm probably not going to really get to put time into the community seed, because being that I'm starting surgery, I'm going into surgery on December 4th. For anybody who doesn't know, I'm going in for major surgery on December 4th. Shouldn't be any crazy risk or anything, but it is going to mean that I'm going to have a long recovery. So there's going to be a good chance that I'm not going to be able to put as much effort into things as previous. Okay, in all honesty, we don't need these pumping at the moment. So let's take those offline for saving power's sake. They were designed to pump the hydrogen out of the base into storage to kind of sort gases, right? But at the moment, they're not really doing that. They're just kind of helping circulate gas. And we don't need gas circulated. We just need oxygen coming in from our main oxygen setup over here. Yeah. This is sucking a lot of power over here, too. We just put a lot of power draw on things. Let's take that offline for now. This does mean that, in theory, we could start doing a few different things when this comes back online. We got 31 cycles before that comes back online, and our temperature is actually looking pretty nice. So we might even just open this up and maybe like have it come up through that cold. I don't know. There's a lot we can do. We've still got a lot of cold to work with, but power is going to become a small problem here. Got to keep an eye on this tank. As long as we keep our power reasonably low, we'll try to keep our power consumption as low as possible. Is there anything else we can shut off? I want Julie researching. Let's flip off the ethanol distillery for now. It's a big power consumer, so let's get that offline for a moment while we catch up with this. Killer is doing their job over there. Gradually, this stuff is melting. That pump should kick on and get that all into our tank, which is good. I mean, I kind of knew when this went offline, I kind of knew that we were going to be in a position that we might have to run on wheels again. So, it's taking so long just to get to a sustainable point. I mean, getting more cold, we've got plenty of cold on the map to make that happen if we need to. Of course, we're now back to leaning on our oxygen reserves. Yeah, we need to automate this system. We need to get the CO2 out of there, so these drop to vacuum, or we need to put an Atmos sensor in here, so they only pump above a certain point. I think maybe a combination of both. Yeah, I think we need to do a combination of both. We need to get the CO2 out of here. And then we need to put an Atmos sensor. We need to basically limit our power across the board. Which I knew. I knew we had to limit our power across the board, but hey. Whenever you're switching systems, there's always the risk that certain things change and make it more difficult, so... So anyway, yeah, guys, I guess I should run down a few things. As I said earlier, December 4th, I'm going in for surgery. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing a co-stream with Julie on Stardew. We're going to be doing that on Fridays for at least the next 2 or 3 Fridays. If after that point we're getting into some end game that I'm like, oh shit, I got to keep going, then we'll keep going. Again, provided that everything goes well with the surgery and that I can get back in action reasonably quickly. I will most likely need to take at least a full week off. I'm going to try and get back as soon as possible. If necessary, I will limit my schedule, do maybe like a 2 or 3 hour stream instead of a 6 hour stream, just so I'm still here, but I'm not like getting, not having to go through like an endurance round, or maybe I'll do like 2 3 hour streams a day, like do a stream in the morning, take a nap and a lunch break, and then do a stream in the evening. That's a possibility. I'm not sure. We're gonna do it the best I can. And like I said, I might need to take like a good chunk of time off entirely. I'm getting there, Barb. I'm getting there. I love doing this, and it makes me happy. And you know, you have to take care of your mind along with your body, and streaming helps take care of my mind. So I'm gonna give my body as much time as it needs. But when my mind starts to wander and go to bad places, I definitely need to, you know, I definitely need to get back into doing this to keep my mind stable as well. You know, feed the soul, feed the body. But the idea is stretch. Thank you. I'm playing RimWorld off stream because I love RimWorld, and I was originally just kind of working on my starting chops, making sure I know how to start, right? Because I want to do that challenge, right? No kill box, no traps type of thing. But what was I gonna say? Sorry, my brain is paced, and I'm looking at this. This needs to not be that. And we could just go in right here. Should we go in there? No, I think better use of space would be to go in here. Sorry. Let me think here. The focus for the rest of the month is going to be Ani. I'm not going to start another RimWorld playthrough before the surgery, unless the new DLC comes out of nowhere. Like, if tomorrow they drop the new DLC, I will be finding a way to squeeze Ani into the rotation, because I want to be on that first day. I love that game, and like, I can't stop playing it, obviously. I'm still playing it even though I'm not playing it on stream right now. I finished that playthrough, and then immediately I'm like, well, I need to keep playing, so, like I said, off stream world. But that all being said, I probably won't start a new RimWorld playthrough till substantially after the surgery, when I've got my wits about me again. So for the rest of the month, we're going to be doing 4 days a week Ani, 1 day a week Stardew Valley, and then Saturday I usually stream, because 5 days a week isn't enough for me streaming. I like to do 6 days a week, and so 6 days, like, Saturday is kind of an up in the air day. This past Saturday we did a co-stream with Squiddy, doing some stuff on the community server. I think that's a good thing to do on Saturdays, but it all depends on what else we got going on. If Squiddy's available or not, if we've got ideas for the Minecraft server or not, and if I have other things I want to get done. Depending on how this playthrough goes, I might actually dedicate the Saturdays for the rest of the month to doing another day of Ani. And if I'm feeling like I need 6 days or 7 days a week to do Ani, can we offset these somehow? We can. Let's do that one at 15. That one at 30. And this one at 45. That way they're not popping on at the same time. There we go. So now they only have the option to hug this egg. Then they'll only have the option to hug this egg. Then they'll only have the option to hug that egg. And proceeding onward. They like that natural tile. Now, since our Dash Assault Vine farm is going to be here, we might do Dusk Caps here, right above it, because the CO2 comes up to that level with where we have our CO2 dealie. So we would eventually just break this out. Obviously, we can't use the volcano space. This has to be our minor volcano, because we've uncovered all of the other vents, unless this is a second vent of one of the other types we have, and our minor volcano is somewhere like down here. But I realistically think that's got to be our minor volcano. So we'll keep an eye on that. Cuddle Pip Egg. Where can we put this? I think we move that there, so it's in the Great Hall, and I think we keep it in the Great Hall. It's the place everybody has to go, right? And they have to move through the whole Great Hall to get the food in the back. So I think that's the best chance. Morning, Laz! Man, Cuddle Pip Egg that quick. That's pretty friggin' awesome right there. I might actually put some radiant pipes inside these tiles, because I think they would pick up more of the cold from there, because the debris is exchanging directly with the tiles. Thank you for the posture check, Laz. Much appreciated. Alright, this is the problem. We gotta fix this. Alright guys, we gotta fix our water line here, because this line is getting too clogged up, because it's prioritizing the, this guy. And although I want that to be prioritized, it means that we got a backup of water here, and the loop that's actually moving temperature around is okay. So that's the small quote unquote project, and this is the big project we need to get done. That being said, Tummy is telling me I need to take a quick restroom break. The thing about eating good food, high fiber diet and all that, you wind up needing to use the restroom quite a bit more often. Getting ready for surgery, making sure I'm eating healthy. Hopefully I'll be able to maintain all of that. I'm going to put up the, even after surgery, I'm going to put up the links to Bobby's socials. Please go check him out if you enjoy the music from the channel. I'm going to go take care of that, and I'll be right back. If you guys need a drink, snack, whatever, go and take care of that as well. I will see everybody in just a few moments. Thank you for being patient with my guts. All right, everybody. I tried to make that a quick one. If I'm going to take them more frequently, I want to take them quicker, right? Our stress is looking good. Even though we've got a lot of CO2 over here. This is going to be a chore, but on the plus side, the rest of our base is looking nicely oxygenated. So thank you, thank you. Okay. Oh, okay, Squiddy. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I had to use the restroom real quick. Been eating a lot of good high-fiber food, so, you know, gotta do what you gotta do to keep the pipes flowing. Let's get a little bit of that action going. Nah, you know what? Let's keep that offline for now. It's a good plan. We just need more power. How you doing today, Squiddy? Let's do a shout out for Squiddy. Sorry about that. Squiddy, WTF, the man, the myth, the legend. Squiddy streams a lot of stuff. Variety streamer, used to be just a Phantom Forces streamer. Right, raise your hand if the new update killed your Paku Ranch. I'm glad I'm not Paku ranching right now, quite frankly. I saw that and I was like, ooh, that's gonna fuck up a lot of people's Paku ranches. Yeah, I figured. I figured they were gonna nerf before they were gonna buff, you know? You know what? Let's deconstruct these first and get a door in place. What do we got in the printer? I'll take the dirt. We could conceivably take on another dupe. We'd have to build them accommodations, but we're getting to the point where we could take one on. But how you doing today, me48? What is the good word? Squiddy, you have no idea how much I would love it if you were serious. We gotta actually get you playing some Ani, my dude. $60 times 8 tiles of water in like 3 cycles, so my wild Paku don't die. Well, I don't really enjoy city builders like that. You know, I don't blame you. Like, I keep thinking, like, man, I should get into Skylines too. And I watch it, and, like, in theory, my brain wants to do it. But in practice, I'm just like, I don't really want to. You know what? We're not even going to put these insulated tiles in here. Because what we're going to do is we're going to leave a row of natural tiles here. We're basically going to leave this block of natural tiles across here. Because we'll do, ooh, I probably should... You know what? That's fine. That's the last layer. What we'll do is we'll leave... Yeah, because the carbon skimmer's up here. We'll leave the carbon skimmer at this level, and we'll put dust cap farms around here and down here. Does that change my mind on how I want to do the salt vine farm, actually? Yeah, I like to start small and gradually creep out. That's kind of my MO. Let me do some reevaluating here, right? So if we go across here, this could be a whole row of natural tiles, right? We could create a few more across here. Hold on. Okay, so let's do a little bit of measuring, right? Dust caps would need 2 to grow. Then another 2 to grow. And then a line of natural tiles. So we could theoretically fit 2 tiers of dust caps in over here. This would be a gap. So we could make a few tiles to fill that gap. We don't need to do every tile, just every other tile, right? The volcano would get in the way in a couple of spots, but that's fine. We'll just work around it. And then if we wanted to do another dust cap farm, we could do that here with natural tiles here, making the dasha this level. How many tiles do dasha grow? They're only 2 tiles, right? Like, if I made a 2 tile high, that would be... and how tall do dusk caps grow? Does it tell you in here? All right, let's do a little on-air Googling here. I'll even switch to main monitor. Ani dusk caps. Plant height 2 tiles. Okay. Two tiles. All right, let's not be wasteful with our space then, right? So, 2 tiles, 2 tiles, 2 tiles, and then 2 tiles. Just delete all of this, right? Then let's say we did 2 tiles and 2 tiles. We could fit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 natural tile farms over here in theory. Minimal need to create extra tiles. Huh. Although they can't... that's the thing, though. The verticality of planting, right? If they're spaced like this, the pips won't plant them. That's right. Like, you need the 4 tall floors, otherwise the verticality fucks with the radius, right? Am I crazy, guys? I think I'm right. Okay. So let's scrap this for a second, right? So the carbon, I don't want to move this up any higher. I think this we'll probably move this down one tile so that it's like even with things. So carbon dioxide is going to be basically from here down. Okay, so then that essentially means that first dust cap farm would be there. If we wanted to make a second dust cap farm, that would be there. And then the problem is that the dashes would be on the opposite side. So then we would even have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, floor there, and then that would have to be... Now that could be too tall, like that. I think that's how we have to do it. And this would essentially be an empty floor in here, right? Like the, oh no, so the dashes would actually be... This would be the line. Which isn't too bad. We could create natural tile, 3, 4. We need to create about 5, maybe 6 natural tiles. Just to get the maximum amount. Right? And I mean, these dust cap farms, we could create more tiles to go straight across here and straight across here. That would mean that this is definitely the bottom of our base, though. And we've got a lot of space down here. Huh. Because we're going to be limited, because I think Me48 said that the dashes consume the chlorine even if they're wild planted. So we're going to be limited by the amount of dash... we're going to be limited by the chlorine in the amount of dashes that we can actually plant, right? So this might be, like, it, or more than it. So at that point, like, this whole space below the geyser and over here could be repurposed. It'd be a lot more CO2, but, like, we could theoretically dig down and put stuff under here and over and in here. The problem with that would essentially be that our dupes would have to... We'd have to have masks for our dupes going into the dust cap farm if we extend it down that far. Or we could just not worry too much about it, which I think is kind of how we're going to go about this. Like, if we were going to plan on this being a super long-term playthrough, yes, that would be the plan. But I think... I mean, honestly, I think I might be going overboard even trying to get the dash assault vines going. But I think that is... I think that's reasonable. And I suppose we could always work this down to this corner. Hey, there's algae down here, guys. If you're playing along, there's algae down here. Um... Okay. All right, I think we go with that. That's our plan for now. Like I said, we kind of need to fix this. Right now it's flowing nicely, but it's because the carbon skimmer is not doing anything. I think I might know how we're going to do it. We'll send the polluted water from the bathrooms down to the water sieve. Like the carbon skimmer and the water and the bathrooms will go through the water sieve. Maybe we use a buffer tank so that we can prioritize. No, because then the clean water will always be rotating. It's tempting to put... We might have to separate this whole thing. Right now it's kind of working, but hear me out. It might be time to do water sorting. Like, there's no reason this polluted water has to go straight into here. The polluted water from up here and the polluted water from our toilets could go right into our water sieve. And then our water sieve then doesn't have to have any of the clean water go through it. Then it's a matter of how much brine do we have, right? There's 39.5 grams of brine there. 88 kilos there. Oh, wait, that's not a lot. That's not a lot. So there's not a lot of brine in here to get sorted anyway. All right, I'm going to let them work, and let's think about the farms first. One of my main goals today was to get the Dash Assault Vine farm up, so let's let our system work the way it's working right now, but let's think about the fact that the cooling loop is going to have to actually become a legit cooling loop or heating loop or whatever it is, and it's going to need to get off of the main water line. I mean, this is dormant right now anyway. So we're not going to be injecting water. This is going to have to be a solid line of tiles at one point. Mr. Dog Gaming. Let's give a shout out to Mr. Dog over here. How you doing today, my dude? How goes the PF? How is the murder mayhem? Good stream? Good, good. Glad to hear it. So we're looking at this being an empty floor and this being an empty floor. 366 followers. Excellent. Excellent. Very cool. Yeah, so we've got a good pipe system in place, but we're going to have to augment it and change it. We're going to have to add some bypasses, basically untie the knot that is our pipe system. It's not even a knot. We just need to adjust our flow a little bit. We got 30 cycles before the hydrogen vent kicks on. When it does, we can put these back online and dump stuff back into this storage, or we could decommission this storage and start getting stuff into here. It is going to dump heat into our base, which could bring us in the other direction, but we've got plenty of cold to tap into. I'm going to do a stream at 000 to about 6 a.m., and the PF is going well. I'm now ranked 243 and top 2,000 highest ranks worldwide. Excellent. Congratulations. Like I said, I'm not a shooter guy, but I can appreciate the top tierness of that. Let's get the ice somewhere that it's not going to cause us problems. It'll melt in here really quickly. I'm on because girlfriend has gone to sleep now. I miss her though a lot. Yeah, I know. You and your girlfriend are very, very tight. I think it's adorable. Alright, I'm at the point where if we gotta rely on ice, we're in a bad situation anyway. So let's do that. Let's delete that liquid chlorine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Make sure to open that volcano slowly. And now that we know where everything is going to go, we can actually... We don't need these. And because heat's going to be coming in, we can do that. We can do this. And... I don't want to say yes because it's kind of early in the day to be sure. I am planning on it, but like yesterday, I had a really, really exhausting day, both mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally. So yesterday, I wasn't getting in chat, but I'm feeling really good today. I don't see any reason why I wouldn't be in chat. I'll probably get on and do some grinding on the Minecraft server in preparation for the weekend and for a build I really want to do. I'm going to be time-lapsing a kind of big build, so I've been grinding the resources to make it happen. And I also want to talk to Squiddy and see what he wants to do this weekend if he wants to do a co-op stream, so... I'm just over here like, let's just let the cold in. Actually, I'm going to leave those insulated tiles just to make sure our arbor trees don't go offline. Surprisingly, our hydrogen is keeping up just barely. Where are we going to launch our rocket, guys? I'm starting to feel like I might just put a rocket silo right over here. Ah, I gotcha. No, for sure. Totally understand. I didn't drink a bunch of energy drinks, but I slept well and had a fuck ton of coffee, so... They keep planting the dusk cap on melting tiles. See if we can get all of these other things out of here. Seeds. That's the word I was looking for. Let's see if we can get all the other seeds out of here so that they're not planting mealwood. We don't want mealwood down here. I am surprised that our hydrogen generation is keeping up with... I think it is time to take one of these offline. We definitely need to get the maps stripped out, though. We need all of the iron ore on this map, maybe more, which could be a problem in and of itself. Like, to the point where I might have to go through and find anything we made out of iron and swap it out for aluminum at one point. trying to collect some of this O2. We've only got 5 cycles of this left. Just micromanage this a little bit. I'm going to turn this system on when this thing is erupting and off when it's not, just to try and capture that little bit of oxygen to help with not using water. But it's using power, and we need the hydrogen for power, so we start running into a problem there. That whole thing about you needing ethanol to liquid lock, I don't know that that's even going to be a thing, because if we chew up enough of this and then start using the hydrogen vent for heat again in 28 cycles, we might not need to at all. Yeah, this is a much better system. I'm willing to deconstruct our old oxygen system. And our water is going down again. No, I can't do that. Me and Adrian will be in VC if you're in your... Okay, sounds good, yeah. Slowly but surely heating up the entire map, basically. One bit at a time. Yep, minor volcano. If we really need heat... God, it's funny, like, every playthrough I try really hard not to let chlorine into my base and not to let slime lung into my base. And inevitably, in every playthrough, it happens. I actually think we're going to stop making Lysloaf for now. We've got 170,000 calories. 32, 64... Wait. Yeah, 16 for 2 days. 16 for a day. 32 is 2 days. 64. 128 will get us 8 days. We're at 170, so... Yeah, we've got 9, 10 days of food. I don't want to do the remainder of that math, but we've got 9 or 10 days of food, so... Yeah, we don't quite have 256, though, so we'd have to add 128 with 32, so 8, 10. We have 10 days. Pretty much on the nose have 10 days. How much lumber do we have? So at this point, we're basically just making space for all the things we need. Posture is atrocious here. Got a lot of stone hatches kicking about. Ooh. Yeah, I should have put more pumps in there. I don't... Ugh. We're going to have to make adjustments to this and put in another pump or two. This is enough for barely 10 dupes. I didn't even think about that. It's not 10 kilos in a pipe. That's water. Or that's liquids. It's 1 kilo in a gas pipe. Ah, rookie mistakes. Okay. Good stretch here. Might have opened this up a little early. Might have to re-insulate. Or we just do that. What do you guys think? Should I go into infinite liquid storage in this playthrough? How do you guys feel about that? I mean, we're doing infinite gas storage and submerged electrolyzers, so my feeling is kind of like, why not? Yeah. Okay. Because that'll make it a lot easier to decide how to deal with our water issues. All right, our hydrogen. See if we augment that with a single dupe running. All right, we're not taking on another dupe because another dupe means more air means more power, vice versa. Yeah, we're basically going to be in a position today that we have to stop gap until the hydrogen vent comes on, and then use the cold that we're unearthing over here. How much time do we have? Yeah. Something like that ought to help. It's just a back and forth, right? You have problems with the one thing, you fix it. That makes that system stable, but then it leans on something else heavier. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we are gonna bring online. We can't let power go bad, so we're gonna bring all this online and let people run. We'll adjust priorities accordingly. It's going to be a low productivity 25 cycles for a little bit. Yeah, we need to get the ethanol burning for petroleum. Does anybody have any other thoughts on how to produce power? I mean, we could go into wood burners, but it only produces 300, requires a substantial amount of wood per second. I think the better bet is to refine it into ethanol and make petroleum generators, right? Because then we get the water and the power out of it. So here's what I'm thinking, guys. Here's what I'm thinking. We'd want to get our petroleum up near our industry. For whatever reason, my industry is at the top of the map. We're gonna run with that. Mostly because I wanted it near this and blah 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 blah. Hydrogen near the top because we're pumping hydrogen. What I'm thinking is, you see this little lip down here? Magmar, fixing to start my first ever playthrough. What beginner advice would you give someone on this game? Build an outhouse immediately. And if you're not sure what to do, go up here to this room overlay. This tells you how to get morale bonuses. So some of the easiest ones to get are the latrine, and the barracks, and the mess hall. With a few minor upgrades, you can get the mess hall up to a great hall for an extra morale. And then shortly thereafter, you can work on getting to plumbed toilets to get upgrade to a washroom. The Great Hall is a bigger upgrade than the washroom. Like Mess Hall, the Great Hall doubles and gives you 3 to 6. Same thing with the latrine to the washroom, but it's 1 to 2. So you gain 3 upgrading to a Great Hall, and you only gain an additional 1 upgrading to a washroom. If you don't know much about how this game works as far as skills, the reason you want that morale is that's this green bar. When the red bar is where you place skills. So if you keep placing skills as you get them until this red bar gets above your green bar, they're just going to get stressed out and start vomiting and destroying things and just have bad stress reactions. So you only want to level them in to whatever you can sustain on the green bar. And I always like to leave a buffer because not everything is in your control. Every once in a while, you break your room bonuses. Also, like most colony builders, passions are generally more important than base skill because you can grow skills, but you can't grow passions. What other good beginner advice is there? If you're playing on normal settings, 5 mealwood will feed a dupe forever. So if you start with 3, you need 15 mealwood to keep them alive for food. Carbon falls, hydrogen rises, oxygen will sit in the middle. The other gases have their places. So when you start, I would recommend going up for your bedrooms and your mess hall, and then digging a carbon pit until you can get a carbon skimmer or another way of dealing with your carbon dioxide. Either pumping it into storage somewhere, which is not great using the gas storage from the vanilla game. There's ways to do infinite storage. I didn't do any of that on my last playthrough, but we are doing it on this playthrough. The carbon skimmer and water sieve is a closed loop. If you can get these two pieces of tech and stick it at the bottom of your base, as long as you have sand, it'll just clean the air and give you polluted dirt, which you can then use to make into regular dirt. And keep an eye on your temperature. We're on a cold map, so we have the opposite problem of most people. Most people have a problem with their map overheating and having to find cooling solutions. We've had the opposite problem of our map getting too cold and having to heat. And now that we've got, and basically green is good. Blue is cold, red is too hot. We've been kind of balancing what we have because we don't have a lot of materials given the hard nature of this playthrough. We're on a frozen planet, all the sliders turned up, so all of the bad stuff is doubled. Dupes eat twice as much food, they get stressed out twice as easy, like everything is just way, way harder. And then on top of that, we disabled teleporters. Usually you can go to your second planet to get whatever you don't have on your first planet. But we can't do that because we disabled the teleporters. Basically, I've got like 11 or 1,200 hours in this. And I needed a challenge. So we're playing a community seed too, as Mr. Gamer. So if you want to play along on the same map but with different settings, or the same settings if you're a masochist, you can always join our Discord. Every month we post a new seed and we all kind of play with each other, help each other out figuring the map out. This time I was asking the community what we should do. Barb suggested a frozen forest. Julie suggested that we do it on hard mode. And I forget who suggested we do it without teleporters, but basically, I've made this super, super hard for myself, but I learned a lot in my last playthroughs. Like I said, I got a lot of hours in this game. And, yeah. And if you have any questions, ask. I love answering questions and helping new players. I think it's really fun to actually watch people play the game for the first time, so don't be shy. Ask any questions you want. Happy to answer. Also, Wiki helps. Everybody in this community is generally pretty helpful. The Ani community is generally a helpful community, so I find that if you find Ani streamers or if you go to the official Discord or anything like that, you're generally going to find people that are willing to answer questions and help. But yeah, the first thing you're going to want... Sideward, thank you for chatting. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Yeah, I would. So I'm actually considering doing a tutorial on Ani on how to start the game. There are some tutorials out there, but I want to do like an episode 0 where I explain all of the interface and how all the overlays work, and then an episode 1 that would basically be like the first 50 cycles on normal. You know what I mean? I think that would be a fun way to do it. Are you wild? Let's move that. And I'm going to do an emergency because they never move move the critters. Yeah, so like I said, anything you need to know, feel free to ask. The first thing you're going to do on the regular maps is you're going to wind up making oxygen with algae. Well, the first thing you should do is build an outhouse, because if your dupes don't have at least one outhouse the first day, in the morning they're going to pee their pants and you're going to wind up with polluted, germy water everywhere. I'm not dealing with it the best way on this playthrough. I'm just cycling it back into my water system, but we've been more worried about staying alive than dupes getting sick at the moment. This has been an absolute freaking... I don't want to say nightmare, because I'm having a wonderful time doing it, but... But yeah, it's definitely interesting. I also play RimWorld, which is another colony builder. Very different style than Ani. Not as cute graphics, and there's a lot of combat in that one, so... It's not everybody's cup of jam, but I like both of them. They both provide interesting different challenges. I also play a lot of Minecraft. Oh, my YouTube and Discord are up there for anybody who's new and wants to join us on those. I'm actually going to post the link to my favorite video that I've ever done. It's a 2-year-long project in Minecraft that I time-lapsed down to 4.5 minutes. I like to do mega builds and time-lapse them. We also have a community Minecraft server. If anybody wants to join that, you click over to the Discord. There's a whole section for Minecraft. And you just thumbs up the rules and add your name to the whitelist category after it shows up after you thumbs up the rules. Tomorrow and on the first of the Fridays for this month, I'm going to be doing a co-op playthrough with Julie Pixels of Stardew Valley. It's my first playthrough ever of Stardew Valley. And it's been fun the last 2 weeks. We basically got through all of spring the first day and most of summer last Friday, but I got too tired to go long enough to do the rest of summer. So we'll be finishing out summer and hopefully doing all of fall tomorrow. I may even talk to her about getting started a little early. I stream noon to 6 Pacific Standard, which is generally GMT plus 8, but daylight savings changes that. It might be plus 7 or plus 9, depending. Another piece of general advice, take your time. Go slow, make sure your systems are stable. Like I said, I'm doing a ridiculously hard playthrough right here. We've set out with the goal of doing, what do you call, building a monument, which if you look down here at the printing pod, build a great monument, that's one of the win conditions. It's home sweet home. It's one of the achievements. I've never done a full achievement run. There are full achievement runs because your colony has achievements. And blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Like I said, ask questions. Talk to the community. Watch videos. I would say for starter videos, Too Legit City. Well, I think Echo Ridge is probably a really good person to start with, until I make mine, of course. Echo Ridge, then Too Legit City. Once you get into the advanced stuff, you'll want to check out Francis John, Brothgar, and Nilaus. All of these content creators are amazing. They all have great YouTube stuff. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else to hit early game. There's a lot of mechanics. Like, a lot of mechanics. So it can get overwhelming fast. Like I said, just take your time, go slow, ask questions, watch videos. And don't trust any videos currently about Pacu farms. They just did an update today or yesterday, maybe, that broke all of the old Pacu farms. So if you go and look for videos where they're like, the perfect way to sustain food forever, and it's a Pacu farm, don't trust it unless the date is yesterday or newer. Because the new update completely broke all the old Pacu farms. We've been talking about that all day. Also changed a bit about the other ranching mechanics, but if you're ranching, you don't have to worry too much about the other changes to ranching. The other changes to ranching shouldn't affect you if you know how to ranch. It might affect your wild critters more, in my opinion. And just so you guys know, we're kind of in a holding pattern right now. We're running low on hydrogen for power, so I had to take a lot of dupes off their normal duty to put them onto wheels to help augment the power. Once this guy comes back online in 25 cycles, we're going to be able to do a lot more. So at the moment, we're kind of holding and watching, checking out how stable our systems are. We're going to have to make a few adjustments because I made a handful of mistakes here that I'm not proud of. Also, learn how to liquid lock. I don't have any of them on this map yet, but liquid locking is important when dealing with extreme temperatures. Oh, another one I would say. So I've had a lot of friends that started this, and I tend to put in a lot of hours really fast, and they ask me for advice. We play together sometimes. We're hanging out in the Discord, right? And my buddy Linus, who's been my friend pretty much my whole life, he was playing one day, and he got to a point where he's like, man, I think I'm going to start over on this seed, or I think I'm going to start a new game. And I was like, wait. Before you start new, I was like, can I make a suggestion? He's like, of course you can, dude. You know way more than I do, and I trust you. I was like, do something stupid. He was like, what? He's like, look, colony's over, right? It's dead? Yeah. So what do you have to lose? Try something drastic. Look at it and say, what happens if I do this? And do it. Because if you're already going to abandon the colony, why not learn something? Why not go head first through the wall and see if it gets you anywhere? You might discover something that saves the colony, or you might learn something that in your future playthroughs will prevent you from getting to the point where it goes bad. And those are some of my pieces of advice. How's our polluted dirt situation? 5.8 tons. All right, while we're in a holding pattern here, let's see what we can automate to make our dupes' lives better. What can we do here? All right, the wheel running is helping. But, like, just barely. Just barely. Like, on the level that I might have to put everybody on it except for our cooks if this tank starts to get low. Does anybody else have any suggestions for the new players? I'm going to keep rattling stuff off because I love helping and I love running my mouth and playing video games, which is why I started streaming in the first place. Pipes, gas pipes, and conveyor rails all work the same way as far as movement and priority. So, like, if you look at pipes, they flow in a direction. Green is out and white is in. And then you can use these bridges to jump over, but they also set directions on some stuff. So it's learning your priorities is definitely a thing. Like, we're using this line here essentially is jumping over this line, which is old. We can delete that, actually. And then this is jumping over here. But because this one is coming on after this one, this one will always flow through. And if there's not enough space for the fluid from this pipe to go on, it'll wait till the pipe is clear, so that it'll always prioritize this. I did that because the bathrooms, once you get to the plumbing, if this backs up, the bathrooms won't work, and then you're back to that original problem where I was talking about the outhouse, where they wind up pissing their pants. Speaking of water priorities... Who is speaking about water priority? Me. Is it time to try and do... Is it time to try and do infinite liquid storage? And if yes, where? These are going to be our wild planted farms. I don't want to go down here just yet. I'm kind of looking at right here. And then the question will come into play, how large do we want to make them? I don't think, quite frankly, brine and polluted ice, we might not even need it because we don't have a lot of that. Brine and polluted water, I don't even know that we'll need an infinite water storage. Huh. So I'm wondering, do we build the infinite water storage with one pump in it or two pumps? I feel like we only need really one pump, but I feel like if we don't put a second pump in there, we're going to regret it. Alright. Let's do this. Let's go up to space where they can't reach, and let's do a little bit of design work, right? So let's say... That's not enough for two pumps. That would be enough for two pumps, right? So then we would wind up with two pumps in there. And how do we get enough gases in there? I mean, just barely enough. We would have to liquid lock in the first time, right? Like it'd be essential. We couldn't actually do this without the right kind of situation. It overpressures at 2 kilos. So we could get 1 kilo in there, right? And that would be fine. And then essentially we would just have to get power in there, right? And we could run it straight through, but I'd rather do something like that. That way we could snip power to either one. And we would have to have pipes. Carbon dioxide and oxygen would do, just let dupe inside. Yeah. I'm just thinking about how to do it with just a little bit. You're thinking just have a dupe go in there and breathe real quick? Yeah, because I would have to make oxygen masks if I didn't want them to breathe, right? And thank you for chatting, Horo. I stayed away from doing infinite storage on my last playthrough because it was my first real long-term playthrough, so we could do that just so that we have every option as far as piping is concerned. I just want to think ahead, you know? Oh, hey, Sweetney. What's up? What's up? Let's do a shout out for Sweetney. Guys, Sweetney streams RimWorld. Okay, so I'm at the dupe selection screen. What are the best traits and interest I can start with? So at the start, you're definitely going to want a researcher. I usually make my researcher like their main priority researching, and then if you can get a secondary in operating, because you need to power the research bench. So you're going to wind up putting down a research bench, a manual generator, which is these little hamster wheels, and a small battery. So what I do is I have my researcher research, and if they're out of power, they run to charge the battery and then keep researching. The second dupe you're going to want is someone who can do digging and or building. And I say and or because the third dupe will determine that. Sometimes I go researcher, dedicated digger, dedicated builder. And then sometimes I go researcher, builder, digger, and then the third one is either a rancher or a farmer, or some combination of both. You do have to get the first tier of farming to get into ranchers, so that's an option. Some people's school of thought is that third person should be your person who hauls and tidies and cleans, because you're going to need to clean your outhouses and restock them early on. So if you don't have somebody dedicated to doing that, you wind up in a situation where your outhouse goes out of order and they pee themselves. Basically, your first goal is to get to the point where your dupes are not peeing everywhere. If you can get past that, then you're on to sustainable food and water and air. There are usually enough pockets of air and water and food that you can kind of dig to them for a while. I like to aggressively expand off the bat and just mine out a ton of the map. If you see cracks, let me see if I can find one. See these little cracks down here? That means there's a hidden object. And on most of your starter maps, there's food in there. Food or animals that you can ranch for food. Or seeds that you can plant for food. So, will you please keep giving the... Okay, cool. So, yeah, definitely a researcher, preferably with a second in operating. And then a builder digger, and depending on how you want to do it, I would say for your first playthrough, maybe go with a farmer for your third dupe. And then you can, before you start farming, you can have your farmer do all of the like hauling and cleaning and supplying and all of that stuff. Just make sure that your outhouses are set to a really high priority. When I start, I always set my outhouses to a 9. And then I make sure that that person is on tidying, because that's your cleaning activities, like disinfecting, cleaning the outhouse, sweeping, mopping, all that stuff. So I always try to make sure that somebody has that as a high priority and that my outhouses are set at the top priority. Your priority system, if you look down here on your different buildings, is 1 through 9, and the default is 5. So just remember there's priority creep, right? If everything's at a 9, then nothing is at a 9 type of thing. Dupes have like an undisplayed priority. About Phantom Forces and my girlfriend lols. That's awesome. It's awesome when you can play the same games with your significant other. Yes, I'm taking another fungal spore. I would like to get those online reasonably quickly. And I say reasonably quickly because it's not likely that we're going to get that online. We only have 2 spores. Is this ever going to melt? Okay, so if we go into liquid storage, we could totally put a liquid storage here. And then we could put this stuff here as like a processing. Brine and polluted water go in to the storage, right? I think I like that idea. I mean, we got to just pull the trigger at one point, right? That's if we're trying to achieve a goal here, we got to actually achieve the goal, right? We can't hem and haw about everything as if we're going to be in this world forever. So let's shift our loop around a little bit to give us a little bit of leeway. God, I love how green that is. I just wanted to be smug and say that my Reddit post got close to 55.3 thousand views. That's amazing. Congrats. Killer Jam rating with a party of 4. Thank you, Killer. How you doing today? I think you were in here earlier and we did a shout out at the beginning, but we always shout people out when they raid in. Thank you. Welcome, raiders. We are working on max difficulty Frozen Forest. We are making some pretty good progress. Currently, we're in a slight holding pattern because our hydrogen supplies are starting to dip, so we've got a few people running on the wheels. We've adjusted our food priorities a little bit to let people get into barbecue because I don't feel like wasting water on lice loaf at the moment. And right now we're planning our infinite liquid storage. That seems to be the direction we're going to be going in. So let's deconstruct this. And then we're going to need that. Doing good and got raided twice today. That's amazing. You playing RimWorld today, right? Excellent. Very excellent. Well, you know what? As far as getting small packets of something, we have a very small amount of carbon dioxide in this thing. So when it's cycling through, we could actually snag that off and stick that in our infinite liquid storage. I got an idea. I got an idea to make this a little simple on ourselves. Thank you for the stretch imposter check, Killer. Much appreciated. Okay. For anyone coming in with Killer, I also stream RimWorld and Minecraft. And thank you for the triple with the hydrate as well. We just finished a long-term RimWorld playthrough where we were playing on Randy 500%, which basically we crank it up to, we go to losing is fun, and then we crank this threat scaling up from 220 to 500%. I found a dupe with operator plus 10, but fart frequently. Should I keep her? Try to find a different one. I would recommend staying away from people who fart on your first playthrough or two. They fart natural gas, which, if you're good at gas sorting, could actually help you, like, fuel a few things. But if you don't have experience with it, you start winding up with, the same problem with CO2. They can't breathe the natural gas. So I would say for your first round through, maybe skip past that. Okay, so if we do it this way... So here's what I'm thinking. We throw in a gas vent, right? And then we snag just a small piece of gas from somewhere, and we just have that be a throwaway. It'll be stuck in there forever. right? Okay, and let's move this pipe while we're at it. We're going to put that there so we can put insulated tiles here and not worry about that. Because we're going to have to liquid lock in, right? Our base is warm enough to do it with water. We don't really need to do it with insulated tiles, right? We could just do that. Yeah, I think I like this idea. We'll have to get all the gas out of there first, then go back in and build in the vacuum, which means our dupes are going to hold their breath, but... and Mr. Gamer, another piece of advice. I know I'm telling you not to pick a flatulent dupe for your first run-through. You're going to have multiple colonies. Like, it's kind of inevitable. Like, don't expect to start a colony and have it go indefinitely. It's always good to kind of have a goal, like, I want to learn the basics, then I'll start a new colony, or I want to get to space, and then I'll start a new colony, or, you know, I want to build a monument, then I'll start a new colony, that type of thing. But honestly, at the beginning, you're most likely going to get to the point where you're like, man, I could do everything so much better if I started over. That's kind of one of the big things about colony builders is... the start is so much what everybody likes. Like, everybody likes the start of a colony builder. So, that doesn't mean that's what you have to do. I definitely play some long playthroughs. I did a couple of figure things out games, and then after that, I most definitely played one that lasted a very long time, and I was like, no, I'm going to be here forever, but... don't get too attached. And in that regard, you don't necessarily have to worry too much about how good your colonists are, because you'll learn how good or bad they are by going through it, you know? Dear God, I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you. I remember you came in when I was doing RimWorld. I don't think it was at the very start of that playthrough, but it was damn close to the start of that playthrough. Those didn't need to be insulated, but it's too late now. And I remember you came in and you were like, wait, are you the same Nethercloud that does Minecraft content on YouTube? And I was like, yes, I am. So I don't think I'll ever forget that. That was super cool. Oh, and when you're starting out new, learning this priority screen is kind of important, because if you don't set priorities for the individuals, then it'll all be based on the priorities on your map. So if everybody has a flat priority in the priority menu, the first thing they do is whatever the highest priority is on these priorities, right? The other one is scheduling. I like to stagger my schedule. That allows you to get a lot more use out of your toilets with a lot fewer toilets. As well as keep people working around the clock type of thing. How much hydrogen do we have in here? All right, we're getting a little bit of hydrogen. We have 2.5 tons of ethanol. I'm gonna tap that. Our trees are a little stifled. Nessie Sewer. I remember that colony. That was one of the most absolutely wonderful nightmares I'd ever seen. God, look how green that is, guys. I'm pretty proud of that. It's been a minute, my friend. How are you? Turbo! I'm doing well. How about yourself? Yesterday I was a bit of a mess, but today I'm feeling pretty good. Got some good sleep. I did some of that quality, just like personal reflection time last night, and yeah, feeling pretty good today. How about yourself? How you doing? Guys, Turbo does some really amazing Minecraft builds. Keeping well, my friend. Thanks. Life is really busy at the minute, but I'm doing it. Glad to hear it. Very glad to hear it. You know what I want to do here real quick? I want to do that right quick. Yeah, we've been going hard, Turbo. Finished a very long-term playthrough both in this game and on RimWorld. And so we decided that I was going to do a challenge run on the monthly community seed this month for Oxygen Not Included. I've got my big surgery coming up December 4th. So that's going to be interesting. Hopefully in a good way. Very confident in that doctor. He seems to have his shit together, so... God, please don't crush him in the door. This might be the only time I get to say this before the time comes, but I'm with you, buddy, and hope all goes well. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really trust the doctor. He literally was like, look, I'm not going to lie, you're complicated and a bit of a puzzle, but lucky for you, my specialty is puzzles. So, when I went in to see him at first, he was like, okay, here's the deal. I want to take on your case for those reasons I just mentioned. You know, he likes puzzles. I'm complicated. That's like his forte, all that. He's like, here's the thing about that, though. Before I can commit to taking on your case, I want you to know exactly what situation you're in. I want you to know the severity of the situation. I want you to know the steps. I want you to know what's going on inside your own body. And if I feel like, basically is like, and if you get it and you understand, then I'll take on the case. And he ran down every detail of what was wrong with my body, how the surgeries went wrong, what could have been done better, what he needs to do to fix everything, how long it would take to heal before I went in to get it done, how long it would take to heal afterwards, all the stuff, you know, all the things. And even to the point where he's like, I want you to, I want to make sure that you take care of your mental health as well. So how are you doing that? You know, you're really calm today. And I was like, look, I'm really calm because I literally had an absolute meltdown like 2 or 3 days ago. I was in chat with Linus. You guys know Linus from earlier and from being around the community if you've been here for a while. Linus and I have known each other for more than half of my life. Definitely my best friend. First person I met as an adult in the wild. And I had a total meltdown about everything, and then like a day or two later, I went in to see that doctor. So I was like, look, that's why I'm calm. He's like, you know, most people in your situation wouldn't be as calm as you are. I'm like, well, I unloaded, and I've learned going through all of this health stuff that if you're not calm, it doesn't really help most situations. So I would rather be calm and get things done than not be calm and cause panic, you know. Something I learned about in survival games. Panic is not helpful in any situation. If you panic, things are just going to get worse. So there's a time for breakdowns and crying and losing your shit, and it's not when you're at the doctor's office trying to figure out how to get healthy. And I explained that to him, and he's like, okay, but I do want you to look into getting a therapist, which, spoiler alert, still hasn't happened. It's really difficult to find a good therapist, so I've been looking for a while, but I do have an amazing community. You guys have been absolutely fantastic, and I have some really amazing friends too, so. Hang on a second. So I'm like, we need to have 2 pipes in here, right? Or two pumps. But we only have 1 liquid in that I'm going to be using, right? So if I'm only going to be having 1 liquid in, oh my god. I'm having trouble here, guys. I've never done this before, so I'm kind of sitting here like figuring it out on the fly. I've seen it done a million times. I suppose it doesn't matter too much, right? Do I just quickly make some oxygen masks? Alright. Do we need flying night ops for upcoming week? But feel free to message me if you need anything. You know I'm always here and always have been. Thank you, Turbo. I really do appreciate that. You're awesome. You're very awesome. I mean, I suppose we could just fill most of it with water, right? Hang on. Hang on. Like, we could pump water in here to fill the tiles. Yeah, I'm doing this the stupid way. So, to all of the newbies that came in, it's kind of Ani in a nutshell. Is like, just because you've done it for a while doesn't mean you know everything. It's one of those games, the joke is always, oh, you finished the first 500 hours? You're done with the tutorial. Is there a smart way to do Ani at all? No, not really, I suppose. But this doesn't have to exist anymore. This was an unnecessary thing. We'll leave it there for now, but... that'll give us access. Alright, this is going to eat up most, if not all of the time it's going to take us to get that hydrogen thing going. Once the hydrogen guy gets going, we can do a few other things. I think we might also need to get like a second or third pip ranch going. Second and third pip ranch, something like that. We're going to need a lot of ethanol if we want to use petroleum power. How do you build tiles or ladders? Oh my god, it's kind of overwhelming when you start. Okay, so you've got to dig right off. You can't build without resources. So first thing do, just dig a few tiles. Once you've dug a few tiles, you'll have access to tiles and ladders. So once you have resources, you'll be able to select them from the menu down here, and then you'll be able to place it, and they'll come along and build it. But it won't allow you to build them until you have the resources to do so. Yeah, it can definitely be quite overwhelming. You're very accurate in that. It's not the easiest game to pick up. Let's get lice loafing again. I'm over here like, should we do infinite liquid storage? Do we have enough liquid to do infinite liquid storage? I'm going to tell myself it's for the logistical advantage. We want to move our purification setting, our purification stuff, right? I've been playing off and on for a couple of years, and I still haven't gotten dupes into space, dude. Or how? Sorry, I seriously, like, it took me like 300 hours of playing a single playthrough after I'd already put like 800 hours into the game to get to space. Space is like, it was my white whale. And getting into space on I have to get into space on this playthrough to get plastic. And I honestly don't know how I'm going to do that in the next 14 days. Especially if I keep playing slow like this, but I'm so much more of a slow and steady player. It's, oh my god, it's ridiculous. Using the super smelter to make cracked bricks to use in the super smelters build. I've come full cycle. I think I just rolled a good farmer, rancher, uncultured, and unpracticed artist. Perfect, sideward. You only need one researcher. Oh, wait, no, that's... Sorry. Uncultured is good because they get a bonus from the decor. So when it looks shitty, they'll still be happy. And unpracticed artist is fine because you're not going to need an artist till further along in the playthrough. I eventually grabbed an artist, but I always try to have my artist be able to do something else, either operate or build or haul. In this one, my artist also does a lot of hauling and tidying and stuff like that, but I didn't get my artist until like my 7th or 8th dupe, basically. I want to watch how he moves right here real quick. Okay. I'm gonna open that. I think I read somewhere that farmers and ranchers do a lot of machine operating, so bonuses to the might be nice, but the decor stuff might be better. I in every colony builder, I picked it up playing RimWorld, but pretty much the way I feel about every colony builder is it depends. You know, it depends on the map, it depends on your play style, it depends on what your goals are, that type of thing. Like, it's hard, so it's hard to have a definitive meta in this game. I always say the meta to this game is knowledge. If you understand what's going on, it's a lot better than if you follow a step by step, because every situation is going to be different. Like on this map, we have little food, which means we can't take many dupes. Exactly. You got to know when to keep your numbers low, when to pop, when to boost them up. You know how many hands you need versus how much food you have. It's always a balancing game. This playthrough, up until like yesterday and today, was essentially just standing on a razor's edge. Like, we need more dupes to do the things so that we have enough food and air, but we need enough food and air to have enough dupes to do the things. And so you can run around in circles with that logic until your head explodes, basically. All right. Once we get the meat of this done, which I think is just that last door, and have that locked, I'm probably going to snag another quick restroom break, and then we got to put in the infrastructure so that we can switch things without any of the systems going down. Okay, so let's lock this door. To have more dupes that can do everything than few dupes specialized in the little things. Yes, on this map. On a normal map, I would say specialization is very powerful, but on a map where you have to keep a low population, jacks of all trades seem to be very essential. So that's a long way of saying it depends multiple different ways. Okay, so we got the meat of this up, right? So what we're going to have to do is run power over to them, which is not a problem, right? We could just run it over from our main line. Our main line has potential to have problems, but never really goes full bore, because most of it is stuff that only kicks on for a second or so. We could fix that power stuff later. So power is fine. Getting the water in, we can't take it off of this spot here unless we watch it, because there's potential for it to come in as brine or polluted water, because it's coming from our junk tank, essentially. Okay. And then we have to make sure that it's pumping out to the loop so that it can smear temperature around. Which that one's easy enough. We just take one of these lines and hook it up to the loop. Although at this point we might want to get to the point. All right, let me take another quick restroom break, and then we'll bake that pie. Guys, I'm going to put up the link to my buddy Bobby's music pages and Facebook, or band page and Spotify page. Sorry. If you guys like the music from the Be Right Back screen or any of the other stuff on the channel, he does all my music. I do occasionally use some royalty-free YouTube stuff, but the vast majority of the stuff I use on the channel is Bobby's. or mine, but usually Bobby's. So if you like it, click on over. I'm going to take a quick restroom break, so you guys do the same if you need to. Grab a snack, grab some hydration, and I'll meet you guys all back here in just a few moments. See you in a sec. right, everybody. I'm back. Tried not to take too long. We got to think about how we want to do this, right? So, for now, I think it's important that we don't interrupt the system too much, right? So, how are we going to keep this going? So, right now, we're pumping water out, it's looping through the system and dropping back into the tank. I think we can continue doing that with this and then eventually get it off onto its own, like, just centralized loop, right? The big problem is our water filtration. I'm thinking here. Oh, and Zed. Oh, thank you for doing the shout out, Barb. Here, I'll do the official Twitch shout out one. Guys, go check out Zed. Zed streams Ani and is also a variety streamer, much like myself. All right, guys, hear me out. Hear me out. What if we actually close this loop? We've got basically a full loop going here. What if we add a loop buffer tank and move, like, basically rebuild our purification system here and have the current thing pump into the tank? Then we close the loop so that it's just looping through for temperature's sake to smear out the temperature. Then we can literally pump this through our purification center into our main tank. We just have to make sure that we're feeding water to where it needs to go, namely over here. Okay. Yeah. I think it's time to get off of a pump and dump loop and get ourselves into a legit system here. Normally I like to do polluted water in the cooling loop because it can get cooler, but it doesn't need to. We need to keep everything around between 10 and 25 anyway, so regular water is fine, at least for now. So, that being said, let's start making adjustments here. I want that insulated in. And we can just drop this water because it's going to roll down here and that's pumping to the tank anyway. So, no worries there. And actually, we're gonna do that. Can we flip these? We can. Yeah. Okay. We've got a plan, everybody. We've got a plan. Of course, now this stuff is turning to ice as it comes down here, because why wouldn't it? We'll do what we have to. We'll do whatever we have to, but yeah. Alright, see you when you get back. Alright, what do we got on the printables? Still not willing to take on another dupe at the moment. Not a bad one. Can't do it. I just can't. We'll take the sandstone. We got enough hands to do what we have to do. Okay. So, we need to get in a system. We're going to build that where it can't go for now. That way we can just kind of plan, right? One of these is going to have to go up here to our oxygen production. What else is using water besides our oxygen? Nothing, really. Diffing, cooking, building with mechatronics. Digging, cooking, building with mechatronic engineering, but bottomless stomach. I think I might take it. Yeah, it'll double the calories. But if you're on an easier map, that's not too hard to deal with. I have double calories on all my dupes in here, so I'm all for it. Oh, you're gonna play the same map? Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely tough. If you don't have all of the settings cranked up to obscene levels, it's not nearly as tough, I would think. Like I was saying yesterday, the day before, throughout this entire playthrough, if I'd gone to max settings on an easy map, I think I would have done fine. If I'd had normal settings on the cold map, I think I would have done fine. But I did both at the same time, and then as the cherry on top of that, that cake of insanity, I turned off the teleporters. So I kind of triple hit myself, but it's fine. You know, we're getting there. I have full confidence that I could take this playthrough all the way at this point. It's just a matter of whether I could do it in the time allotted. We said that we were going to play it for 1 month and build a monument. We're 16 days in. I'm at the point where I might forego doing stuff on Saturdays. Other than, like, I might end up just doing this on Saturdays as well, because I'm not sure that I can afford the time otherwise. All right, let's build that. Oh, wait. Let's say this one is going to come up. Screw insulated there. I'm doing this because let's make our lives just a little bit easier, right? We're going to put that there. And we're going to put down a storage bin here for our sand. And then we're going to run the power. Yeah, we're going to have to replace all this with aluminum. A little awkward, but that'll do. I've done Ravenous before, but I didn't take a dupe with Bottomless Stomach. Oh, is it Ravenous with Bottomless Stomach? Because I don't know if that makes it 3,000 or 4,000 calories for that dupe. I know that Ravenous doubles it, and I know that Bottomless Stomach will double it on the normal settings, so I'm not sure if it doubles. Like, I'm not sure if it becomes 4,000 calories, or if they both just add 1,000 calories. Actually, something just occurred to me. These should be insulated, because this is going to produce a lot of heat, and that hydrogen vent is right underneath. God, I swear it takes forever for them to get acorns. On the plus side, though, we're dirt positive, I think, so that's good. Didn't actually get the same map. Must have put the seed in wrong, but it's still a Frozen Forest max difficulty. Okay, so I posted a seed with the map before I turned the settings up, and after I did that, Emily mentioned that if you turn the settings up, it changes it. So she posted the settings. She posted the seed with the exact same settings as stream. If you hit escape, this is the seed right here. So that MFRZC is the asteroid. The number following it is the world seed. The C, the mixed number letter, the third thing, that's the difficulty in custom settings. And then C3 is the story traits. So that's how it breaks down up on the screen. I can leave that up if you want to snip it. Actually, here, I'll snip it, and I'll put it up in the chat for you guys. Wait, can I just copy that? Oh, I can copy it. Excellent. So let me put that there. All right, I made sure that's up in the channel if you want to check it out. Wouldn't blame you if you just keep going on it, however it is. One thing I'll say is don't be afraid to just let a hydrogen vent into your base, because there's enough cold on the frozen forest to eat all of that temperature for a while. At the moment, we're kind of nice, but we've got plenty of cold to play with in 20 cycles when that comes back online. All right, I'm going to speed up just a little bit here. Probably should have built this the other way, but I did what I did. I stand by it. De-integrating systems. Disintegration. It's okay. I think I'll play the map I got. Maybe I'll do next month's seed. Yeah. And just a heads up. Like I said earlier, I'm going into surgery first week of December, so I personally probably won't get a lot of time on next month's map, but I'll make sure there's one up for you guys before I go in. Yeah, if we want to use ethanol for power, we're gonna have to massively increase the number of arbor trees we've got. Like massively. Alright, let's temporarily get Linus into building first and operating second, so, because he's the only one that can build the sweeper. Not bad. This brine that finally melted came in very handy. And all the random ice that we grabbed from around the map. But we can't rely on stopgaps for too much longer. There's only so much ice and snow around the map for us to snag. Oh, and if you guys are wondering why my dupes all have different names, we have a point redemption for naming duplicants. So if you guys want to name any of the duplicants, you can redeem points for it. Currently, all of the dupes in this playthrough actually have been claimed by people, but if we bring any new ones on, you guys are welcome to. Let's snip that line there. Let's do that. Let's delete those. Actually, hang on. Do I want to do those yet? No. Oh, let's just leave those. I don't want to have to deal with sweeping inside of the infinite storage, so we'll do our building first. So we need to get this tank down to here. Yeah, and the oxygen is not even eating a full pipe of liquids. Yeah, this should be reasonably easy to deal with. My only concern is we're going to have to redo the way we do the cooling for our refinery. But as far as problems go, you know, not a big one. Easy enough. Radiohead is much more enjoyable when you're in a good mood. Yeah, I would say so. Not that I know much of anything, but not that I know much of anything while wiring up the most complex plumbing I've ever seen. It's not really complex, it's just a lot. I know, I'm insane. I'm 2 points away from redeeming a posture check. Thank you. Thank you. That's a good point. I always stroke the beard. I missed the posture check. Okay. Next up, where are we going to put our buffer tank for our loop? I feel like the obvious spot is right here, right? And I will also put insulated tiles there because at one point this hydrogen vent's going to become an issue and this has an overheat temperature, right? Pips are gonna drive me crazy. Yeah, we're fully cleaning up the piping is what we're going to do here. This doesn't need to be here anymore. So neither does that piping. Okay, so what we're gonna do, because we need the bathroom water to go into the water sieve, right? So we're gonna delete this bottom section and this stuff up here, and we also need the polluted water that goes through our refinery to go into there as well for now. So what we're gonna do is this line that's coming down, we're gonna repurpose it down to about here. We're gonna bring it over and go into the water sieve. And then we're going to use this line to bridge, and we're going to bridge onto it. So that our toilets and our refinery water go in first. And then any water coming from our current tank here goes in there. Now, as far as brine goes, that'll just get pumped onto the same line somewhere. Our desalinator's probably not going to be doing a whole heck of a lot of work at a certain point. Let's speed up a little bit here, get people moving. The big problem about getting more arbor trees seems to be that we can't get acorns. Does anybody know? Because I got an acorn off this tree, and I don't think the pip messed with the tree. And I was under the impression that the only way to get more acorns is for the pips to rummage through the trees to find acorns. Is that not the case? Like, can your farmers do that? Like, if your farmers auto-harvest, can they get seeds, is what I'm asking. Because I'll set these to be auto-harvested. We'll get more lumber that way. You know what? I'm going to try it. This doesn't change the fact that we also have to find a place for our carbon skimmer. And like I said, I kind of like it at the level it's at, so... Sorry, stroking the beard and thinking. Because getting this stuff built doesn't finish the game that we're trying to play here. Now, we still have the problem of germs being in our water, right? But that's a problem we were going to have to solve eventually anyway, so we'll still put that on the back burner. Okay. Our stress is down to 12%, which is real nice. I'm liking that. Oh my god, okay. Priorities! Okay, so that's gonna go there. And we're gonna deconstruct that. Alright, we've got a little bit of hydrogen saved up, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the wheels offline so that we get more work done. Ooh, we have a printable I didn't even realize. Oh, how do we say no to spiffy overalls? I think I gotta say, okay, any allows career version, no. Spiffy overalls. Even if I was looking to take on another dupe, I don't like those dupes. Let's get our people looking good. Let's get Emily in some spiffy overalls. Okay, let's think about how we're going to swap this system, right? So we need to fill the loop, right? That's going to go as well. So here's what I'm thinking. We've got a nice buffer over here, so why don't we just snip that, break the liquid bridge, and do that. Your brother stole your pepperoni? I'm sorry, Laz. Now we should be pumping into our new filtration system, right? And that dumps into our soon-to-be infinite storage, which starts pumping clean water up into our spam. Julie! Let's do a shout out for Julie, everybody. Julie, we're working on a few projects today. I'd go into detail, but you know the madness. Well, I'm going to go into detail anyway. We're closing our cooling loop instead of keeping it on our main water lines. We're moving our filtration so that it fills what's soon to be an infinite storage. And we're clearing out space to get ready for different wild planted stuff that we want to do. How are you today? Guys, we're going to be co-streaming with Julie tomorrow doing Stardew Valley. So if you guys want to check that out, it's my very first time doing Stardew Valley. Very much looking forward to it, so... God, I need to build a block here to get the pips out of there, don't I? I will deal with that in a moment. Now, once the line has no other stuff on it, we can start putting it into the buffer tank. God, there's so many ways that we have to do this. Okay, that's working as intended. And we've got water going to our air, which is what we needed. Okay. So now we're essentially waiting for our main line to purge of anything except regular water. I'm doing well, Julie. Doing quite well. Yesterday was a rough one, but today is going a lot better. A lot more energy. Kind of took the night to, like, you know, chill, have a quiet evening, play some games, all that stuff. Wound up being really awesome. And, you know, when you're having a bad day, sometimes it just takes to getting to the next day for you to get yourself more sorted, you know? But yeah, doing well, making progress on the playthrough. Had a little bit of a power issue because we started running out of hydrogen because I was burning too much power doing a few things. You know how it goes. You fix one problem, you got to deal with the next problem type of thing. So we're managing one way or the other. Yeah, exactly. Good meal and a good night's sleep. And I did. I ate a whole bunch of broccoli and grilled chicken last night. And then today I ate grilled chicken tortilla wrap with balsamic vinaigrette and spring mix. It was delicious and great fuel for the stream. These pips are going to drive me crazy. We'll build that tile and then we'll move them again. I'm trying to keep the wild ones out of the ranch. Welcome back, Barb. We're slowly but surely making things happen. Okay, do I see any other kinds of water on the line? I do not. Okay. So that can go there. Our line is gonna go down while we fill the buffer tank, but that's okay. But we need to inject stuff onto the buffer tank. Or onto the line. Right? Let's do that up here. We'll have to keep an eye on our temps while we do this, because if we choke the line too much, we might get some overheat issues, but... Yes, definite beard stroke moment. For sure. Okay, so what I'm doing is we're pumping the water in here to get cleaned now instead of through here, right? Which is fantastic. The loop is eventually going to be here and then go through here. Problem we're going to have is that... That can go. Okay, we need to tie the carbon skimmer in somehow. You know what? We got a little bit of time. I say let's deconstruct this whole situation here and then figure out how we're gonna sort that. Because I got an idea, but right now... If that does water, we'll mop it up. Let's do airflow tiles. There and there. Doesn't really matter which side the inner out is on, but we'll put that there. We just need to get a few things deleted. What we're gonna need to do is get a bridge that comes off of there. Jumps off of there. And then goes down to there. Alright, that pipe I've deleted. Shouldn't have deleted it. That goes there. And that goes there. We got a hanger. Yeah, we no longer have to worry about keeping that rotating, because the only reason we were trying to keep it rotating was because we wanted to make sure the water didn't freeze in the pipes, but we've heated up the... Yes, breathability is fixed, although I messed up. I need to have at least one more pump in here, but probably 2 more pumps in here, if I want to actually make use of this. We can only actually take on barely 10 dupes because we're not able to take out a second pipe. So that's going to be a future nether problem if we want to go beyond 8 or 9 dupes. Yeah. Honestly, not the worst thing that could happen. We're warm enough that we can liquid lock now, Barb. So if we have to liquid lock... yes, but we don't need this guy right here. We only need 1 musher. So we can get rid of this one, and that gives us the space we need. We get rid of this, we get rid of this, put a line there, we got 2 more pumps. So it's just going to be a matter of, like, having to destroy this temporarily so we can make a liquid lock. But honestly, if you look at it, there's almost no CO2 or anything. It's, like, just trapped there. We could almost get away with not even liquid locking, because it's just all oxygen. But yeah, I don't foresee going beyond, we'll say 15 dupes, because this could theoretically support a little bit more than 16, but let's say, you know, we want to leave just that little bit of room for it to be all right. Now, temp-wise, let's not let everything get too overheated. What temp are we at up here? That's fine. I mean, we could. I could make use of everything on this map, but it comes down to how much do we have to make use of? Like, how much are we going to make use of? Like if this is a lifetime playthrough, 100%, yes. We would set up a way to harvest the meteors, and then we would drop the oxalite into this room, because this room is always going to stay under pressured once we have this system running. That would fill oxygen into here, or whatever the case may be. Maybe we do a separate room, but, you know, I like to use things for multiple things. And so we could do that, and that would have us lean on the electrolyzers even less. But at what point do we say, screw it, let's get to our goal type of thing? You know what I mean? I mean, if this turns into me being like, I don't want to play next month's Seed from the start because I don't have enough time with surgery and stuff, maybe I'll continue playing this into next month and we'll see what other tricks we can come up with. But at the moment... Is this thing almost full? Almost. Alright, so let's fix... We gotta fix this, because that's going to come out of there and needs to link up to there, right? Starting next month's seed would be 3 days playing. Yeah, exactly. I would play for 3 days. I'd go to the hospital. I probably wouldn't get to play for like a week or two. And so like I might extend my playthrough of this into next month depending on how all that goes. Yeah. Well, honestly, the prep for the colonoscopy is way harder than the prep for the surgery. The prep for the surgery, I think, is don't eat after midnight. Yeah, I mean, I'll find out as we get closer. The hospital is supposed to call me and let me know what the prep instructions are. Anybody gonna finish these pipes? Okay, does anybody want to know what I did? Minus a few messy bits, which we'll fix here in a minute. Basically, these outer bits, like the left and the right of the ladder, are now an independent loop. With this as the buffer tank. So there's extra water in here if we need to extend or close. If we need to extend the loop, we have liquid in here, and once the loop fills, it'll go down enough that if we close the loop, it can eat the extra water. Well, our goal is to kind of keep this like between half and 3/4 full. We might have to top it up a little bit. Right? How do you research past the first tier after the blue? It goes to blue and purple. What does that mean? Oh, so you need to get into advanced research and put down a supercomputer. That'll let you research the second tier. If you're on spaced out, you'll eventually get to the third tier where you have to harvest radiation. But quite frankly, if you get that far on your first playthrough without getting frustrated and quitting or getting everybody killed, I will be very, very impressed. But yeah, get a supercomputer going. And a little tip, this is how I always build, with the computer on this side and the supercomputer on this side, because you can get a lab. This counts, the printing pod counts as a light source, so you need a light source and 2 research buildings to get a bonus. So we have a light source, regular computer, and supercomputer. Having a problem with carbon dioxide, need air filtration. That is one of the big problems. You see this guy right here, the carbon skimmer? If you put clean water into it, it'll skim the carbon out and then output dirty water, polluted water, which you can store until you get one of these guys, which is a water sieve, which you put sand into and it takes polluted water and outputs clean water. If you put one of these right next to this guy, you can just put them in a loop, which is essentially what I'm doing here, just with extra steps, if that makes any sense. So real quick, I'll draw it for you. So if you go into those and until you do that, just dig down because it sinks down. Where is it? And this is a little hard. If you're playing on the frozen map, you're not playing on the frozen map. That was never mind. So you got that, and I think that's on refinement. Yeah, and you got this, right? So the output of this goes there, and the output of this goes there. And then you give that power and put like 3 or 4 blobs of water into that pipe. Just like you pump it and you just put 3 or 4, and you can use the snip tool to stop it from flowing in. And basically this will just go in a circle and clean the carbon out. And it'll you'll need sand to go into this, and it'll output polluted dirt. Yeah, that's what everybody does to start. You build a pit to start, and then you get to that setup. And then you wind up doing stupid, complicated shit like this. I feel like I'm gonna let that keep doing that. Now, once our loop is properly full, and this thing fills up to these tiles, we'll close these doors and insulate around it, and then our infinite liquid storage is done. Man, submerged spam yesterday, infinite liquid storage today. What will tomorrow bring? Stardew Valley. Yeah, and just be careful with your carbon pit, Mr. Gamer. Make sure your dupes have a way out, because they will get the first death almost most people always deal with is they go down and then they break a block and they can't climb out, and then they die due to suffocation in the carbon pit. I think it's literally happened to every one of us at least once. Most of us more than once. We've come a long way, guys. We've come a very long way from panicking about water freezing in the pipes to thinking about how we're going to get an aqua tuner setup going real soon here. CO2 is the pits, Julie. That's phenomenal. You know me. I love a good pun. All right, we're going to actually stop this from flowing so we can inject just a little bit more water into our tank. I'd like it to be a little bit more full than that. We're just kind of balancing liquid flow. I'm sorry that I'm going so slow, guys. Let's go just a little faster, but let's keep an eye on our temperature overlay as well. Because this is going to go up in temp. We have a long line, so we really do need to get, like, a nice full tank to back it up. Snip that one now, just so we can get some stuff rotating. We may need to expand this water filtration to at least... I mean, we don't even have a full tube going into the liquid storage, but we're not eating a full tube anywhere in the line anyway, so... The idea is we need this to really kind of come online before the hydrogen vent kicks in, and then we also need to be able to, like, recool the water using our external areas. Then the next stage is going to be linking up an aqua tuner, which is going to be deciding where our steam rocket is going to be, and I'm really starting to think it's going to be on the right side. Remember a while ago when I was like, we're gonna wind up flipping this problem on its head and need to cool the base down? We're starting to get there. We still have plenty of cold to use, but now that we're closing the loop, God, so much of our water is going into our cooling loop. "12 cycles till we got more coming in. And what we're going to have to do, because we need the pump for food and research, we need one of these for food and research, we'll have to keep a small tank of water here and prioritize using a hydro sensor, prioritize. I mean, we've almost got everybody dressed. Narcoleptic, no. Okay, so yeah, we're definitely grabbing the snazzier red suit. We'll give that to Suds. Oh, they're working on the salt remover. How do you deal with water and supercomputer? They'll get it out of the pitcher pump. They'll come over and grab it and put it in. So you just put a pitcher pump in your water. Jesus, it's been over 5 hours already. The time flies when you're duping about. Trying not to let that get too hot, so I keep snipping and unsnipping the lines, but... I probably should have doubled up on the desalinator and water sieve, but I didn't. Future nether problems. That guy can handle it. He's smart. As long as we don't get anywhere near 75 degrees over here, we'll be fine. Oh, God. Do I dare 3 it? Let's 3 it. Need the wheels. So close, guys. So close. All nethers are smart. Thank you, Laz. I've never heard a better compliment. Oh. Oh, man. We like our cheese thick here, guys. Alright, I gotta let a little bit flow. Oh, God. Ugh. Oh, man. I don't know what my thought process is here, but it's definitely dumb. Not dumb, but like overlooked a handful of details. It's not really super important, but like I said, future Nether's problem. What's the face about, Barb? Sorry, guys. I usually finish out in about a half hour from now. I stream noon to 6 Monday to Friday, usually on Saturdays too, unless I have to do something like go to the dentist or the doctor or whatever. So when we start to get down to this time of day, I usually lose just a little bit of steam, but we're gonna keep going because I like to finish projects, and so we're kind of at that point where we're like, we've got a couple of good projects that we're working on, so I'd like to get them done. Done, not dumb. Done. Nothing I do is dumb. Well, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. I try. We're just about there. I want this to fill, and then we'll leave this bit of the loop empty, and that'll be like the little bit extra space we have, the little, if we need to close the... I anticipate making the loop bigger before I anticipate closing it, but... Besides hating on yourself, that's very stupid. Ah, okay. It took me a second to follow what you were leading there. Oh my God, 750 kilos. Get a little bit of it moving. We'll see. I think this might actually be enough. Yeah, I think we're good. I just want to get this bit out of the pipe, but we'll leave that pipe in place in case we need to actually add more to it at any point. And there we go. Loop has been closed. Okay. Let's get the ethanol distillery back on. Let's look at our temperature. Nicely smeared. Let's get all this ice picked up and moved to where it needs to go. And then I think we can get back to trying to work on our other farms here. Oh, I just realized. What is this set to? Set that to a 5 and set that to a 6. There'll always be a storage container. Not to a 7. There'll always be a storage container worth of sand. Before it sends sand to the clay factory. Okay. Now if we look at our temp overlay, we're doing good. So our issue with calories right now is that if we turn the lice loafer on, we're getting way more lice loaf than we need. But if we turn it off, we're getting less barbecue than we need. So that means is we could theoretically take some of these mealwood offline. So that's good. How long on our hydrogen event? 11 cycles. How long on our polluted oxygen vent? Activity in 10 cycles. Okay, so both of these come online in about 10 cycles, which is good. Okay. Thank you for the sub, Laz. You gifted a sub to Julie. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. For all of you out there, monetary compensation is never required, but always appreciated. I haven't been able to really work a normal job for quite some time because of my health. So whenever anybody donates or subs or any of that, it's always very helpful. You are so awesome. Thank you so much, Laz. All right, choose a blueprint. Is anybody really good here? Gastrophobia, not a problem. Quick learner strength medicine, nah, not good enough. Germ resistant interior decorator. We already have an artist. No. Do I want the shine nymph eggs? I mean, I guess we could set up an egg cracker. I do not want them alive. Yeah, let's set up a quick egg cracker. Oh yeah, of course. Just a moment, of course, Julie. Just a moment. Not a real nap or a for real go to sleep, but just a moment, right? No, I'm just gonna crack the 3 I got, Barb. Like, I'm not gonna farm them. I'm just gonna crack the 3 I printed, because I didn't want anything else from the printing bod, and I don't want them alive, so I'm gonna crack those 3 for raw eggs and just throw it on the calorie pile. Okay, let's talk turkey about space plans, because we gotta make next week about getting to space immediately, right? And then the following week has to be about hardcore production so that we can actually get what we need. Another cuddle pip egg. Just a wink. Right. The reason I didn't go ham on producing on desalinating and sieving water is that even when the polluted water guy is on, there's not enough to keep more than one of these going at a time. That's right. That's right. Okay. All right, what do we do with the next half hour, guys? Something that's not insane. Alright, there are a couple of more cleanup projects we could do, right? Like, rather than have that run up there, we could have this run across here. And this doesn't really need to be running down here. Yeah, let's continue pipe cleanup, just for my sanity. Okay. So when I'm finished with this little bit, it'll be way simple to explain. Basically, anything going to the center is getting filtered over to our filter, or getting sent over to our filtration system. The bridges are just to get it where it needs to go and have priority to make sure the most important thing, being our toilets, always takes priority. Then from there, the only thing that's happening is stuff is getting pumped out up to here, right? At one point or another, they're not going to be able to use the water because this is going to get too low. So what we're going to do at that point is we're actually going to make a really tiny water box here. Like, we're going to put airflow tiles like here and here. And we're just going to make sure that there's always a little bit in there by running this through a vent. And then closing the vent when it's got like 4 or 5 tiles of water in there. So they always have something to pull from. And then basically at that point we'll be able to, once we finish filtering all of this, there shouldn't be any reason to even have a garbage tank other than the fact that if stuff winds up in bottles. So we might actually make just the tiniest like 4-tile garbage tank so that anything they mop up can be added back into the system. All that being said, that gives us a lot of space back. And that space we can start using to put in additional pip branches once we actually start getting more arbor acorns, which seems to be an absolutely impossible process. I got to look up how that works. And while we're at the pipe cleanup, why don't we clean up our gas pipes as well, right? We don't need to have this infinite storage up here. So we could just use this as our infinite, and we have an input for that, right? So how are we going to bring that gas in, is then the question. Like, because this output's here, right? We could just take this straight across here, jump down and go like that. I think that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, okay. I'm good with pipe cleanup. It'll be nice to have the base, like, legitimately, like, where we want it. Because this hydrogen vent's going to come back online. Then it's going to get a little messy in here again, right? Because the hydrogen's going to need to float up through the base. It's going to heat up the water in here, which we're going to use the chill from over here. So that's the other thing, right? Cuddle pip. We have a cuddle pip. So I'm gonna let them stay working with the amount of mealwood they have, because once this we have to wait for this to go all the way down before we can do what I want to do over here. Otherwise, we're gonna have issues with clean water. That being said, in addition to like what we just did, where are we gonna put that vent? So I know I'm a crazy person. Like 100% know I'm a crazy person. But and then hydro sensor, right? Automation. We have to have a hydro sensor. Excellent. We're gonna put it there for now. But we'll, we'll manually deal with it for a while until we've got enough of enough water buffered into our tank. Yeah, the other reason I want to go hard into pip ranching is they're the only thing I can see that we're going to be able to use to get eggshells. Like, they'll provide us with dirt, they'll provide us with eggshells, and the more ranches we have, the more lumber we'll have. But at this rate, we're more likely to get arbor acorns out of the damn printing pot at this rate than we are to get them out of the pips. Alright, hang on a second here. Let's lock that door. Okay, now how much CO2 is there? What do liquid vents overpressure at? A kilo. Okay, so that's a problem, right? Because we've got 2 kilos there and 2 kilos there. It's still off. It's still putting out... Wait. Hold on a second. No, it's not a kilo, is it? It can't be. It's a ton. Yeah, because in a steam room... Yeah. So is there water at this tile? There's water at this tile. There's water at this tile. So if we lock this door... liquid vent overpressure. So that should be infinite storage done and dusted, right? Anybody gonna run on the wheel? Julie finally goes back to a second and operating, which is good. Am I crazy? Did I not turn those on? Oh, right. So that needs to be higher. I want them on the wheel before the battery says... I'm back after being with Dog for some time. All right, welcome back, Adrian. We're not going to go too much longer. We finished a few projects today. We got an infinite liquid storage going. We got a... you. We reorganized our pipes a little bit. How are you doing? How was the shooting? Let's slow back down a little bit because I'm worried about how much power we have here. Dog is going for a little nap, and then he will be back. Oh, cool, cool. He was like, I drank way too much energy drinks, and now I'm going to be up forever. And then he went and took a nap. A little caffeine nap. Can you go over the open loop thing again? Slowly pretend I'm dense. Oh, absolutely, Mr. Gamer. So, you've got your water sieve, right? And then you've got your carbon skimmer, right? So, put them next to each other however is convenient. Then you're going to take your pipes. Let me flip this one. It'll make it easier. Open loop thing again. Are you trying to get rid of CO2 or are you trying to make oxygen? Because they're two different processes. This will get rid of the CO2, but this won't make oxygen for you. So if you want to make oxygen, if you're on a normal map, you have these oxygen diffusers. You hook them up to power, and your dupes will put algae in it and make oxygen. These are the easiest way if you've got algae on your map. If you don't have algae on your map, it gets a little bit more complicated. Get rid of the CO2. Okay, so that's this setup. So this is a carbon skimmer. This is a water sieve. So basically, if you're having trouble with it, you want to dig a pit until you can research these two. You take your pipes, right? And the green is out, the white is in. So you take the output of this carbon skimmer to the input of the water sieve. Same thing here, output of the water sieve into the input of the carbon skimmer, right? And now somewhere on your map you have water, right? So you put a pump wherever your water is, and then you run a pipe over to these. Now, you're going to have to make sure you don't want to overfill. You need maybe like 3 or 4 blobs of water. So this will start pumping. And then once you've got a few blobs of water on the line, you can use the snip tool down here, which is Shift D, and cut the line so it won't pump anymore. So like you let this thing pump and then you pause the game. And like once there are like 3 blobs here, you pause the game, grab the snip tool and go like that so it'll stop pumping immediately. And then you let those 3 get onto the line and then you can delete this and that if you want to. And now you've got like 3 blobs of water. The clean water will come out here and go into the carbon skimmer, which will suck the carbon dioxide out, put out polluted water from this green that will go in here. How do you get the pump in the water without drowning your dude? They can go underwater. They can hold their breath for quite a lot of time. And if it's super deep, you can just put it in the water a little bit. With the pumps, they have this lower left tile here. they see here, 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 and here in an X. So as long as you have the bottom of the pump in water, it'll pump water. You only need like a little bit, so. Of course, the other thing is all of this needs power. So you'll have to run power to each of these from wherever you're getting power. Does that make sense? You could also, in theory... So, this is a little complicated. If you're worried about putting too much water on here, what you could do is you could take one of these liquid bridges. And if you're pumping clean water, you put it on this, right? And then you run your pipe to there. And then it'll only fill this up if there's no water in this line. And that's like a safe way of doing it. It gets a little complicated. This is an important thing to learn, but not necessarily important on the first playthrough. Because it has to do with how bridges force priority on stuff. But yeah, this is the basic setup, and you just got to get water on there. Sweet, sweet. Feel free to keep asking questions. I'm happy to help where I can. Are you guys moving the wild ones? How much steel do we have? Still 3,600. Because we don't have coolant going in there. Did they build my gas pipes? Alright, so we're ranching pips. We're making ethanol. We collected the wild pips in a place that they're not going to cause problems. We created an infinite water setup with water filtration to get in there. We've reprioritized everything, cleaned up our pipes, and started to prepare for our Dusk Cap and Dash Assault Vine farms, which are essentially useless at this point. Like, we might as well just switch over to pickled meal so we're not wasting water on food at this point. Because I think we could produce enough pickled meal with the dirt that we got coming in. We've been dirt positive for a while, but that might have to do with the fact that we've been digging dirt up. I'm pretty sure it does. But I could have sworn we were down to like 370, 360 something after we did the digging, and now we're up to 380. I think the pips produce quite a bit of dirt. I'm not sure. You know what? We can look it up. We can absolutely look it up. Why am I guessing here? Pip. Wiki. They produce 20 kilos per cycle. $20 kilos a cycle. And there's 7 of them. Mealwood requires 10 kilos a cycle. Okay, so if we're living off of mealwood, with the amount of mealwood we need, we would need essentially half as many pips. Which we need quite a bit of mealwood. I think we needed 60, so we'd need 30 pips. With 7 per farm, we'd need at least 4 or 5 farms of pips to be completely sustainable forever. Not that we don't have the space for that, but mealwood is a pretty terrible food anyway. What is this output? 380 active area, 360 grams a second. So I'm going to deconstruct one of these. Right. Let's reclaim those background buildings. And then let's add some automation to the jam here. Let's get an AND gate. That way this thing is not running all the time anyway. It's only running when hydrogen is up there. Because we've got a separate line for oxygen, right? And most of the polluted oxygen has kind of filtered its way out. Probably through the dupe's lungs. Which I'm sure they're not happy about, but we're down to 4% stress and 0 sick dupes. And our map is pretty much clean. Now, the only issue with infinite storage is you can't, like, we've had, like, basically a meter here. As we see it fill up, we see we have more. This is always going to be the same size, so we got to kind of mouse over it and make sure. We've got 794 kilos of tile, which isn't even... We've got like maybe 7 tons of water in there. which is not even those 4 tiles full. So... Oh, and when does this go active again? 62 cycles. So one of the things we were talking about is we have to crack back in here to get rid of some of the gases. Did we do that? We're at the spot where we usually finish here. Anybody amazing? No, we'll take the brine. Use every scrap of water we can get on this one. I'm having a hard time stopping, guys. I kind of knew that was going to be a thing. So, we have accomplished the vast majority of things I wanted to accomplish with the day. But there are still just that handful of things that I want to do. Breaking back in here is one of them, but that might have to wait till next time. So, we're putting this AND gate here, and basically... this is not going to turn on until hydrogen hits both of these. So hydrogen will have to float down and get to both of these before this thing will turn on, which will mean that it's not wasting our time. It's not wasting our electricity. And it'll still pick up the occasional blip of oxygen, and that will get shoved onto our oxygen line. So that'll... if we're recirculating... but... the idea is that it shouldn't be pumping unless hydrogen is hitting it. Like, until there's a nice cap of hydrogen in here, it shouldn't be turning on, which won't waste power for us. These won't be kicking on because we're using these pumps over here. So if we can power limit this system a bit, which we're going to need a little power to make that reasonably safe to do. What do we got going on? Okay, so our hydrogen vent comes on in 7.8. This comes on in 6.5. So we'll be able to inject more heat, more water into our system. And once the hydrogen vent comes on, we can use that for power, which means we can have our dupes stop running. But I think it might actually be safer to get in here now, so let's do this before I forget to do it. I don't want that hydrogen vent to come on, because if we get hydrogen in here, that's a problem as well. The idea right now is to get rid of all the polluted O2. Oh, the carbon dioxide is gone. Yeah, so let's get this thing vacuumed out entirely. Then we'll break in, because there's... just oxygen here. Well, there might be that little bit that gets in, but we won't worry about it. And then we'll put an Atmos sensor in here to control that so that we can avoid we can avoid this turning on unless we've got a decent pressure of oxygen. Stretch, thank you, Barb. So we'll clean this up, and that'll probably be our last project for the day. But we got to get started on space next week. I'm going to put a rocket silo on this side. That's the plan. Because this seems to be an easy place. We could put a steam chamber just right here with the rocket silo here. And that could be how we do that. And this could be where our aqua tuner goes in. That'll eventually help with our base heat. I feel like that's a good way to do it. Oh, did I actually stretch? I'm sorry. I acknowledged the stretch, but I don't think I actually stretched. Okay. That little blob is going to be impossible to get. It's never going to fit. Well, if we go full to vacuum, it will. We can actually queue this up. I should probably break this down as well, but... I love this system. I'm very proud of this system. But we have to kill it for a second. Because we're chewing too much power up. It's a very power-hungry system. Thank you for the egg hug timer stuff. It's working great, Barb. Temp's looking good. Nicely smeared out. This thing's going to start erupting soon, so that's why I'm prepping these radiant pipes over here, so any of the excess heat from here can start getting eaten up over here. Thank you. I'm pretty proud here. Now we're getting a weird thing where we have hatch eggs going in here instead of stone hatch eggs. This was a bad place to put them because they burrow into this natural tile here. I might make a few adjustments to that later on, but... I mean, I could just put a door here, I suppose. Sucks to get rid of our little bonus decor, but let's do that. Let's get rid of that. We are so close to getting that stuff out of there. Just so hard to do without more power. How's everybody doing on skills? Charming decor, great hall, nature reserve, 3-shift break, washroom, interested skills, duplicate barracks, salted food. Insane. Oh, Julie is a little stressed out. Why? Great hall, 3-shift break, washroom, duplicate barracks, salted food, terrible meal. You're not getting the nature preserve bonus, Julie. Why? Somehow she didn't go through the... I didn't screw it up. Okay. Not sure why Julie didn't go get the nature reserve bonus. I mean, she has to go into the nature preserve from her bed. Unless she's not sleeping in her bed, she has to. Like, her bed is there, and the nature reserve is here. So maybe somehow she skipped sleeping. Like, unless she skipped sleeping, there shouldn't really be any way for that to happen. And we've almost got a full tank of ethanol. So we've got some emergency ethanol. See, that's the thing. With this game, it's hard for me to do specific challenges because I always want to use everything. Like balancing the game and using every piece of it. Like, I'm over here like, oh, what we should do is work on building the petroleum generator with its own smart battery on the main grid so that the petroleum generator will kick on only if the hydrogen generators are not working, or petroleum generator kicks on first, or whatever the case may be, so that we have extra power on the grid. You know, because we could use some of that ethanol, and then we could move the ethanol distillery up to the industrial area. But at one point, if our goal is to do something specific, at one point we actually have to work towards that goal. Okay, speaking of which then, because we're going to get more power online, right? 30, 60, yeah, we literally have to get plastic. Like, there's no way around it. We have to get plastic. Because we have to go up into space and do the data bank research. Back. I'm literally trying to figure out a plan so that I stop right now. I do kind of need to use the restroom again, so... I'm not going to take another restroom break and come back, so I'm just kind of sticking it out at the moment. I'm like, what else do I want to get done over here before I call it? Carbon skimmer's working. It's even fully integrated into the system. Well, currently, when we run out of filtered water, I'll have to change it. Actually, no, because it's a water-neutral process, right? Yeah, so it goes back on the line, gets filtered, comes to the skimmer. Yeah, no, carbon skimmer is sorted. Oh, right. You were talking... Sorry about that, Mr. Gamer. Sorry. I thought Barb was like, did you get the carbon skimmer figured out? Okay, so this is the problem here. I should have used 2 gases if I wanted both vents. That's gonna be a problem. Okay. I don't think we need 2 vents. Oof. Yeah, that was dumb. Thank you, Barb. Now I'm going to confuse you with Emily. So we can't crack that open anytime. Like, if we don't crack this open soon-ish, game time soon, not tonight soon. Like, right now, we could theoretically crack this open and fix this. But if we wait until there's, like, obscene amounts of water in these tiles, there will be no chance of putting 2 in. Now, what are the odds that we're going to have more than 2 full pipes of water going in there? Or more than 1 full pipe of water going in there? This thing and the toilet water are basically what we're dealing with, right? And this thing is outputting... Oh, shit. I just noticed something. Yeah, that's a problem. Our toilets are working off of our cool... No, wait. Yeah, our toilets are pulling water off of our cooling loop. That's got to change. Oh, God. All right. Hang on. Let's bring up the notepad and make notes, because now we're starting to get into the situation. I'm going to delete that. That's some math. Okay, so toilets on cooling loop. Fix toilets on cooling loop. Fix infinite storage. Two gases. That's going to be hard. I'm not sure how I'm going to force a second gas in there. Okay. What else did I just say we had to do? I've got the aqua tuner on there. We know the goal is to get to space ASAP. Okay, posture, yes. I'm trying to think what else we have to do. We'll put that on there, even though it's obvious because I already drew it. I think that's about all I can think of. I'm not sure what else we would do. Yes. Good thinking, Barb. I knew there was something I was missing. I know that one. That's like an overarching goal. I don't need a reminder on that one. Everything we're doing is working towards the stability to be able to do that. That's like top tier. Um, so what I might do over here is rather than worry about getting 2 gases in here, I might just flip this door. I might just like move one of the ports over, basically. Yeah, I think that would be the easiest way to fix this. So, like, what we would do is we'd put that door there. Wait, no. Door there. So a door there, and then a door there. And then that would have one on the left and one on the right. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we'll do. And how will we fix the bathrooms? I mean, we have a line here to refill, so if we need to, that could be a thing. But I think we're going to have to bring a line like over through this mess. Yeah. Because I don't want to add another water sieve. I'd like to keep a single water sieve. Yeah, so we'll pull a line across here. We'll add a couple of bridges here. And then we'll just send a pipe straight through. Easy enough. And then over here, I'm not going to build this now, but because the damn hatches keep burying themselves there, and so they can't grab them to put them where they need to be. Okay, and I think that's where we're going to call it, guys, because I'm pretty hungry, and we achieved a lot today. So I'm going to snag a couple of... I'm going to say goodbye to you guys. Let's see if there's anybody we can raid out to. I'd like to do a raid today since we didn't get to do a raid yesterday. Let's see who is on our Twitch channel. You too. I'm sure I will see you online if I'm online. You know what? Zed is streaming. We have to go say hi to Zed. Zed has been super supportive. Guys, we're going to go raid over to Zed. Yes, Killer, as you said it. Raid over to Zed 3900. Guys, Zed is an amazing person. Great streamer. He streams Ani, a lot of other stuff as well. Is always in here hanging out. Right now he's playing Ani as well. So we're going to raid over to Zed. Make sure to show him all the big love, and I will be back tomorrow at noon to be doing Stardew Valley with Julie. It's a little bit different than the usual thing we do, but it'll be what it is. And then we'll figure out Saturday when we figure out Saturday. And next week we're going to go hard. We're going to get into space. Like, space is what we're doing next week. All right. See everybody later. If you see me in Discord, come say hi. Take care and be well, everyone.